From Williams to William Smith, Rochester, and down here to the beautiful city of Ithaca. It is the Ithaca Cayuga Inlet Invite. Travis Conway here, joined by the Zen Zoe Foster on a fantastic day here in the Finger Lakes regions. We got a lot of great races here and a lot of great colleges. And for you, Zoe, you're an Ithaca alumni.
Yes, I am.
Now, Zoe, you're on the rowing team back in 2020. You graduated in 2022. You are now a grad here at the SOP, Speech Language Pathology Department. Tell us about your experience rowing really quickly.
Yeah, so rowing for Ithaca was absolutely fabulous. Joined the team in 2018, was recruited by former head coach Dan Robinson. Was lucky enough to have him through all 4 years here. I was on the Ithaca men's rowing team as a coxswain and absolutely enjoyed my time here, both on the Inlet, down in Georgia, Saratoga Springs, all over New York State. And it was a fabulous, fabulous time, and I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, we have an absolute expert here in the booth with us today, and we have a great slate of races, a lot of great teams as we're really in the mix of the heat of the season right now. So what do you really expect to see from these teams?
You know, I'm really expecting to see some great racing out there. I'm expecting for Ithaca to come back from last weekend to really just ride that wave that they had last weekend and continue to improve. They're up against a lot of good competition, especially RIT being our historical rival. I'm so excited to see what they put out there. I'm excited to see how RIT challenges us. And on that women's side, I'm so excited to see what Williams brings and how Ithaca responds.
Yeah. Now we're starting today off at around 10 a.m. with women's 3v8 between Ithaca and William Smith. We have games going all the way till races going all the way till noon. We'll take a bit of a break and then we'll come back at 1 p.m. as it's a beautiful day last week. A little windy, had some tailwind, but throughout the week, the water has risen a bit. We've had a lot of rain. They got a great day today. It's going to go up to 72. That's the high. So
yeah, should be lovely. Looking nice and flat out there on the water for them. Looks like the coxswains will have a fabulous race course for them to get down today. They're going to have to be a little careful with that rising water to not get too close to shore as they come down this course. But I have faith in all these coxswains. They're all very experienced that they're going to make it down not only safely but in a fast line.
Now with the Ithaca 3v8, the Ithaca lineup for the 3v8, we have Cox, Kaylin, Morandi, Ava Connor, Stella Cartsonis, Brianna Mendoz, Arias, Marie, Nemeth, Catherine Cernick, Emmy Chen, Meyer Varaka, and Naomi Bonzensky. That's a talented team, a talented lineup, and it's senior day here, very importantly. So we're going to get to see them dive into the inlet at the end of this race, right?
Yes, I'm so excited for that. I remember my senior day like it was yesterday, and getting to jump in like that is just, it's such a pleasure. I'm excited to see this 3V race. I feel like 3V can always be a little bit of a toss-up, and everyone in the 3V and all boats are really trying to prove themselves and prove their crew to everyone else around them. So it'll be nice to see what they put out.
Yeah, and we have the kind of regional rival as well, one lake over, William Smith, also starting off with us in the 3v8. That lineup coming soon. And we're now going to introduce you to the third member of our crew, the amazing Andrew Roberts. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. They say April showers bring May flowers, but today, on this first Saturday of April, we've got a beautiful day here on the Cayuga Inlet. It's been a week of downpours, though, so this does not come without struggle. First of all, these rowers a lot of the week have been practicing indoors on those indoor rowing machines, also known as ergometers. In addition, as you mentioned, those water levels rising a little bit. So today is really going to come down to who can adjust to those changes the best headed into race day. Travis, Zoe, back to you.
As we're off in the 3v8, looking at the William Smith lineup really quickly, we have Cox, Skylar Strong, Stroke, Kate Oberg with Marie Voss, Ella Reuters, Annika Stacia, Grace Jung, Megan Jones, Izzy Ramirez, and Maddie Fuller at the bow.
Oh man, and as we get off here, what we can see right now is they're really neck and neck right off that start with maybe a seat. Ithaca has maybe a seat up on William Smith. Really nice blade work from both crews right now from what I'm seeing. Holding strong, nice rhythm that they have. Both coxswains have a great line right here coming down the inlet into this first bridge. Now, what we're looking for here is their puddle spacing. If you see the puddles that they're creating with their oar blades, we're looking for some space as they accelerate through the water and get ahead of those puddles. Looks like William Smith's starting to make a move coming under that bridge and has taken a couple seats back.
Yeah, William Smith off to a strong start here. Ithaca kind of looking to really get into a groove kind of early on, but that just early strong start for the Herons. It's also so nice to see how green the grass is becoming.
I know, it's lovely to see how green the grass is. It's great racing to see here. They've still got overlap. We have to remember this is a 2,000 meter long race. It is considered a sprint in the sport of rowing, but that's still 6, 7, 8 minutes long. And it's looking like that Ithaca coxswain is making a little bit of an adjustment to their line there, trying to get a nice straight line down this inlet.
They're trying to regain some of that spacing, regain some of that distance that they've kind of lost under that first bridge as they're coming up now to I actually have no idea what that building is. I'm not even going to attempt to take a guess on that. You have bikes also kind of racing alongside them, really getting the best view of this race. I mean, I'd say we have the best view. They got the second best view though right there.
Oh yeah, the coaches love to race right alongside, see what's going on. And I'm really impressed by this Ithaca 3V keeping contact with William Smith, just trying to push them along. And honestly, if I were in this boat right now, I'd be trying to hold on and break William Smith until they started to falter a little bit and then capitalize on that. So we'll see what kind of moves Ithaca has to make in this next portion of the race.
Yeah, they drifted a little bit to the right there for Ithaca, so kind of another adjustment you might have seen. So you're coming under another bridge.
Oh, yes, and this bridge, right here through this bridge, I will say lane 2, that middle lane with William Smith, they do have about a seat and a half, 2-seat advantage because there is going to be a turn coming up. So Ithaca's really going to have to charge hard to keep contact while they come through this.
William Smith continues to pull further and further ahead as they come underneath the bridges.
Yes, and it looks like they've lost a bit of contact there with Ithaca. They're going to need to sit up, really get their blades in, and push and accelerate through to get some more momentum as William Smith pushes away.
And the Herons were here last weekend with Ithaca in the Cayuga duels, so these teams know each other very well, very familiar with each other.
Yes.
And William Smith continues to make their lead larger and larger. There's about 4 minutes coming up on this race. Ithaca trying to stay close enough.
Yes, they are. It looks like Ithaca's getting just a little frantic. I'd like to see them really tighten up their blade timing to get into the catch. That catch being that back portion of the stroke when they put their blades in the water. It just looks like William Smith has a little bit more rhythm in the boat today.
And that rhythm just really, very important part, kind of the most important part of rowing. Obviously, you're obviously an experienced rower.
Yes, absolutely. You caught up on that. That rhythm is so important.
The lead grows larger and larger every second, every stroke as William Smith and Ithaca trying their best to keep up at this point.
Yes, and we will be coming up as we go under these wires, and then as you'll see as we pan to the right, a line of buoys. That's going to be our 1,500 meter mark. Our last 500 meters is creeping up on us, and Ithaca's really going to have to make a move at that 1,500 meter if they want to gain some ground back. Oh, this is a great shot right at that 1500 meter. You can see them come through those buoys. And yeah, William Smith swinging together so nicely. They've got nice rhythm. Looks like they're moving as one cohesive unit right now.
So you come past Cass Park and now the Cornell Rowing House. And that's right there, William Smith just in complete control of this race. 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes through.
Ithaca's still fighting hard, though. They're really trying hard not to let William Smith take more water on them. And they're just pushing through. We'll see if they have what they have for their sprint here at the end.
We come to the final, say 250, we can say.
Yeah, coming up on that 250. Let's see. And like you said before, William Smith in control of this race today. Ithaca still losing a couple seats, but fighting hard to get it. I'd like to see their stroke rate come up as they come into this sprint and really accelerate through that water. It's a little hard with this angle to see what their rate is, but as you can see here, William Smith has picked up that rate, getting those blades in nice and quick, getting ready for that sprint.
And it looks like they're really kind of like taking like a typical, like, say, human sprint, and they're kind of turning this right now into like a Usain Bolt sprint in this final stretch. Ithaca falling behind, almost outside of the drone's view. William Smith all alone in this one, all alone.
Pushing through, coming up on that finish. Ithaca still fighting to close some of that gap, put out a good time here today. Here they come through. Beautiful finish for William Smith.
Around, say, unofficial, kind of 7:29 mark right there, and Ithaca coming in not too far behind, about 10 seconds. As William Smith, dominant start, dominant lead right there.
And we do have to give a hats off to Ithaca on that start. They really fought hard to keep contact with them for as long as possible in this race today.
Now, while we have, as right there, you see that start. Coming up next, the women's 1v8 right now between Ithaca and RIT. You called them the historical rivals between these two teams right now.
Yes.
So you want to talk a little bit about that rivalry?
Yeah, so at least on the men's team, I can't totally speak to the women, but at least on the men's team, RIT is our big upstate rival in this sport of rowing. We face each other in so many regattas throughout the season, and we're always neck and neck, win some, lose some, always looking to push each other and see what each other can put out. So with this women's 1B, you'll see Ithaca in lane 2, that middle lane, RIT in lane 3, closest to shore. As they come up, it looks like RIT has about a seat on them, but it's still early in the race. A lot can change as we move throughout.
Now, introducing you to these two lineups for the women's 1v8. For RIT, we have the Cox, Claire Schwenk, Jessica Hall, Maddie Bronson, Meg Prevost, Claire O'Farrell, Anna DeJohn, Sarah Polek, Clara LaChance, and at the bow, Ellen Shepard. So a very talented team right there with Coach Carol Schoenecker. RIT being in lane 3, as you mentioned, Ithaca in lane 2, that middle lane. And you said that middle lane kind of has an advantage coming out of this. I want to say this is the second bridge, right?
Yep, coming through these bridges, as you come through, you can't always see it on camera, but when you're in the boat, you can definitely feel it. There's a bit of a turn to port or to your left side as you come through, which will give you about a seat and a half, 2-seat advantage as you come through it. So if you play your cards right, no matter what lane you're in, you can, what we call, like, slingshot through and really gain a lot of momentum and acceleration. So as you can see now, Ithaca has accelerated through that, gained about a seat back as they come through that turn.
And this one neck and neck at the start.
And shout out to those coxswains through that, holding a great line as they come through. Ithaca looking to looking to just inch ahead just a bit as we come up to this middle section of the race.
Now, as somebody who understands these positions much more, we have a lot of people here either on this team, like on the broadcast team, or also watching at home who don't really know what these positions are. Can you take a quick second to kind of explain what the Cox's role is and then go down from there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So in an 8, our coxswain is going to be in the back of the boat or the stern of the boat. This is the person who steers, makes calls for motivation, and really also coaches the rowers along, lets them know what they're doing well, lets them know where they can improve. Think of them as like a mini coach in the boat. And then you have your stroke seat, that person who's sitting right in front of the coxswain, or our 8 seat. That person is going to set the rhythm. They're really the captain of the boat, if you will. They're driving the rhythm, they're driving the rate, and they set the tone for the rest of the boat. Your 7 seat right behind them, making up that stern pair, is going to carry that rhythm through to the rest of the boat. Your middle 4 are called your powerhouse. Pushing all that weight and momentum through the boat. And then you have your last 2 and bow seat, really looking to balance the boat out and carry that momentum through to the bow.
Yeah, that's an unbelievably great explanation right there, really understanding this sport more and more. As we're now going to send it down to our shoreline reporter, Andrew Roberts. Andrew.
About to get underway on the women's first varsity 8 race with Ithaca involved here. And Ithaca has played Rochester and RIT on the same day 4 years in a row. That now they have beaten both every single year at this event. These seniors have been there for every single one of those races, and it shouldn't really come as a surprise as these seniors have also gone 4 for 4 on Liberty League titles. So on this senior day, it is a very exciting opportunity for these Bombers to claim their 4th straight victory at this event and have momentum for a 4th straight Liberty League title. Kai Link and Emma Thorne, 2 of the seniors that are going to be leading the way on this boat. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Now, Ithaca, as they kind of gain a larger and larger lead, got to take time to really introduce the rosters and introduce this boat. Your Cox right now, Peyton Fish with Emma Thorne, Alex Caitlin, Emmeline Robinson, Nora Stewart, Samantha Gallagher, Kai Link, Julia De Costanzo, and Hope Oliveira over at the bow. And we have the 2 seniors, Emma Thorne and Kai Link. So very talented, very experienced team. Andrew mentioned 4 consecutive Liberty League titles. So this is a team that really has dominated the Liberty Leagues, and you were on this team. You guys have been in the Liberty Leagues. I think you were on the team when you guys made the switch over from the Empire to Liberty Leagues, right?
No, we were Liberty Leagues the whole time I was
I'm
here.
a
Yeah,
fool, dude.
that's okay. Yeah, I'm not quite that old. Yeah, and Ithaca doing a great job opening it up as we come into this last portion of the race. Hope Oliveira there in bow, really bringing that momentum all the way through and setting that boat up nicely. It looks like we have about a half length over RIT and continuing to open up. Let's see what they do through this finish line. Beautiful.
Just absolutely in control, really outside. And once they came in on that second bridge, you just saw Ithaca just take full control of that race and just maintain it, kind of have a tight grip on it throughout the rest of it.
Beautiful. Yes, I would love to know what that coxswain said as they came into that slight turn. I know in my experience, that is the portion where you have to make a call to keep that momentum and hopefully accelerate through and use that advantage to your advantage. So beautiful racing by both teams. Fabulous calls by Ithaca to really get back in control, even though they started about a seat down.
Yeah. Now, with the women's 3v8 results coming in, William Smith taking that one with a time of 7 minutes and 27 seconds, and Ithaca around 14 seconds behind. William Smith really was in full control throughout that entire race.
Absolutely, absolutely they were. And, you know, I can't speak exactly to the experience in that boat, but 3Vs, we often have a pretty eclectic mix of rowers, oftentimes those who are a little bit newer to the sport. And so especially in rowing, novices, newer people to the sport, there can be a huge variety of experience and of experience in those 3V 3V boats across teams and within teams themselves. Great racing by William Smith in that event.
And you're seeing now the Rochester Yellow Jackets getting ready for the women's 1v8 between the University of Rochester and William Smith. Looking to these two teams, we mentioned Ithaca, Rochester, RIT, very familiar with the three of them. William Smith, though, not here as frequently. Also a team that these four, they're all within 2 hours of each other. These are schools that know each other very well, if not in rowing, in other sports. As we have the Rochester lineup coming for you momentarily. But for Rochester, I mean, an unbelievably talented team across the board. We have the Coxswain, Michaela, Minuer, Jinx, Allison, Kennedy, Laner, Sophie Wiseman, Ava, Previ Sullivan, Julia Trichomi, Aaron Seitzer, Quinns, C. Wright, and Sophia with the bow for this women's 1v8. Now, take a quick little second here. You want to explain what those numbers and letters mean in each of these races?
Yeah, for sure. So obviously you've got the C for Coxon. You'll see them right in the back there. And I just want to quick shout out to these coxswains getting into position for this race as they go off. Your 8C or stroke C is going to be right in front of the coxswain, 7 behind, and counting down 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then bow in the front of the boat as they come off. Great start here from both teams, and it looks like our team in lane 3 has just taken off.
Yeah, Rochester out to a rocket start right there. Bring you the William Smith lineup. You have Coxswain, Lizzie Whitney with Linnea Darius, Kate Abdullah, Hyann Muldowney, Eden Grimm, Leah Wise, Elena Wyan, Aubrey Ryan, and Megan Bartholomew. As William Smith is actually caught right back up.
Caught right back up. It might have just been that camera angle, but looks like they're neck and neck here heading into that first bridge. Both coxswains here having a great straight line down the inlet. And right now it looks like they're in a fight to see who's going to set the tone for this race.
This is neck and neck through one. Looks like William Smith might have a little bit of an edge, but Rochester looks like they have a faster, I could call it stroke rate, I want to say.
Yeah, looks like their stroke rate might be a little bit higher, pushing through, and they're really right neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball being that ball that you see on the front of the boat. That's what our measurement of when you cross the finish line. So that's what you're looking to get through as fast as possible. Yes, and looks like William Smith, a little bit of a lower rate, but looks like they're staying really efficient with that lower rate. Rochester, higher rate here, really fighting to keep contact and stay parallel with them.
William Smith coming past this apartment complex really quickly, and their lead grows with every stroke. And Zoe, tell us a little bit about I want to call it the climate of the Liberty League, with all these teams being so familiar with each other.
Oh, I'd say it's really fun. You get to face a lot of teams a lot of times, and not only do you see how your own team grows, but you get to see how the other teams grow and what's working well for them, or if they have an off or if they're having an off race, you really get to see the whole breadth of their ability to race because you see them so many times. You're not just meeting them once. Ooh, and it looks like we're getting a little bit close there. You can see blades coming close. Are Rochester making an adjustment over to starboard or to the right side. William Smith making quite an adjustment to the left or port side, and they're just starting to pull away. Nice catch by both those coxswains to not let those blades clash.
Yeah, and in that little near, I want to kind of call it near miss as we come under the second bridge, you saw William Smith take advantage of Rochester having to adjust more so than they did, as you're not only for Rochester, not only adjusting to not hit William Smith, you're also adjusting for staying in the lane and not hitting the bridge, as you can kind of see the pillars underneath them. So William Smith using that as a fantastic opportunity as they grow their lead coming past the Cayuga Medical Building.
Yes, absolutely. And William Smith did a great job, again, using that advantage of lane 2 and really opening this race up to take advantage.
William Smith, women's off to a strong start. You saw in that first race the win against Ithaca, and now as they're coming through, they're just extending their lead more and more from the Yellow Jackets. The Herons, so talented as a squad.
Absolutely. As they come under this next bridge, those coxswains are going to be looking at keeping a point on that 1500 buoy mark, trying to set their line so that they can get down without varying. This can be a slightly tricky section of the race as you don't have as many landmarks to go off of. So you really have to trust your gut instinct and keep your eyes on that next buoy line to see where you're going. Looks like Rochester's fighting hard to try to make up some ground, but William Smith just keeps opening it up.
And William Smith, just unbelievable teamwork. This is one of those sports where, like, obviously in every team sport, teamwork's important, but this one more than any. Like, you have to be in sync. You have to, and I feel like that's the importance of having such a fantastic coxswain. I imagine you were an amazing cox yourself
thank you,
on the
thank
men's
you.
team. So you really see the importance of having that chemistry and kind of the importance of having veterans on the team.
Absolutely. You have to have trust not only in yourself, but in every other person in that boat. You have to trust that they're going to do what they can to get you through that finish line first. And you also have to remember that you're not just rowing or coxing for yourself, but for every other person in that boat. Right now, William Smith looking like a total unit. You can see a little bit of a difference in the momentum that they're getting through the water. If you look at William Smith's blades and their puddles, the 8 and 7 seat of William Smith are almost clearing their puddles from the previous stroke. Whereas if we come back to Rochester, they're kind of rowing into their puddles. So they're not getting the same acceleration and momentum forward because they're catching some tumultuous water there. They're not quite getting out of those puddles, but they are doing a great job to try to stay up on them. But William Smith really just looking super powerful and starting that sprint. They've raised that stroke rate up just a bit more, but still looking pretty calm and in control.
Yeah, William Smith just unbelievable through these first two races as they're coming up towards the end of this course. And absolutely dominant coming out of that second bridge. Just from that point on, William Smith said, "This is our race. We're going to take this." It's really of who wants it more, and they showed it right there that they wanted that win.
Yeah, not just who wants it more, but who can do it the cleanest.
Yes.
You know? And William Smith just looks so clean here. Beautiful coming through that finish line. Let's see what that time is going to be.
Call it 6:54 with an unofficial time right there. As you can see, just the huge difference in time between these two schools.
And William Smith does have a history of dominance in this league, I will say. They are a team that I really admire. I admire how cool and calm they can stay throughout a race and how they can come back. They're a great team.
As they showed it right there. William Smith takes the women's 1v8, and coming up next is the men's 1v8 between Williams and Ithaca. As you see, the two teams after that talking it over.
And I will say that is another great thing about rowing is the camaraderie, not only on your team, but between teams, because this isn't a very well-known sport. So we do all have to care for each other and check in with each other. And I will say, like, rowing, the camaraderie between teams of just the whole sport coming together is absolutely fabulous. You know, we wouldn't be able to race each other if we didn't have good relationships between teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as someone who didn't row but knew so many people in my life who did rowing, watching how they knew everybody knows everybody, and everybody loves everybody. It's like you're all like a giant extended family. Like, even like, sure, in football at my high school, I can say I hated I hated Fairfax High School with every fiber of my being. One of Ithaca's rowers being from Fairfax High School, I knew them very well personally. But in rowing, I watched as these teams got along very well. There was still it's kind of more like a sibling rivalry.
Oh yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
like-
Absolutely.
Like you're kind of doing it for the love of the game, you know.
100%. Oh, and that's a beautiful blue boat coming down. Sorry, I'm nerding out over the colors.
I mean, as you still going to Ithaca, you're in the graduate program in the speech language pathology department, so you still are very, very tapped into the sport. You said you were here last week and you were going to be here this weekend before we said, hey, we need you. You want to come in the booth with us? So talk about your relationship really with rowing and what it means to you.
Yeah, rowing and I go far back, all the way to high school. I actually started as a rower before I transitioned to coxing. Was a rower, actually got recruited a couple places to row. Unfortunately, had some medical stuff where I couldn't pursue those. But rowing has absolutely changed my life, and I'm just so excited that I can still stay in it even after I've retired from the sport. And Ithaca's rowing community is just so vast and so welcoming. I've never felt like a stranger coming back to the boathouse, which has been absolutely fabulous, especially coming back so many years later. As you said, I graduated in 2022, so it's been quite a few years since I've been here. I was back in Utah during that time, and to just be welcomed back with open arms and to even be given this opportunity to be a commentator today is just goes to show how far and how extended that camaraderie and familial tie of rowing goes.
All right, as we're now going to send it down to the Shoreline reporter, Andrew Roberts. Andrew, take it away.
Bring it. Thank you so much, guys. We're about to get underway for the men's 1v8 race for Ithaca. And this Ithaca team looking for their third straight Liberty League title, but in that process, also receiving recognition at the national level. The International Rowing Coaches Association named Bryce Williston the 6th seed on this upcoming boat to the second team All-Americans last year. They also have Reese Peloton, who's in the 8th seat on the watch list for this coming year. So Ithaca continued success at the national level from their top rowers. They're going to look for another win against RIT today, but first the race against Williams, who they lost to by 14 seconds last year, looking to reverse that fate this season. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Yes, 14 seconds difference in that race against Williams. But before that, with that, 14-second difference, that's the next race. And these two teams, I mean, further apart, but also pretty familiar with each other, you know?
Yes, very familiar with each other. 14-second difference, that's pretty big. However, last weekend, I will say Ithaca was not at full strength.
Yes.
So we've got a couple different guys in the boat this week. Like he said, keeping an eye out for both Williston and Peloton. Peloton being that stroke seat. He's really going to be that person setting the tone for the rest of the boat and carrying that energy throughout. Williston in that 6th seat, in what we call that powerhouse section of the boat, putting down some power, putting down some wattage, as we call it, and really looking to move that boat forward. I'm sure they want some sweet revenge today.
Absolutely. And as someone who understands the sport, I've seen rowing machines, and I've used them. What are you gaining from using rowing machines in training?
The rowing machines in training are to simulate that power output of the boat. So as you come up to the catch, you're looking at pushing all your momentum into the foot plate and bringing that back, and the erg does its best on dry land to try and emulate that. Now, it's not moving, and we don't have the same kind of viscosity of putting a blade in water, but you try your best. And it is a great measure of power output. So you can turn the erg to look at wattage, so how many watts of power that you're putting out, which can be a great thing to look at. And it looks like we've got our results on that screen from that 1V race, with Ithaca's coming in at a 7:08 and RIT 7:14.1. That is quite the gap there.
Yeah, I mean, Ithaca, as we saw, kind of really pulled ahead very quickly. RIT was able to keep it close, but a 6-second gap in a 1v, not something, I mean, you would know better, but not something you typically expect, a gap that big.
You know, we do see that from time to time, but in some more, I'd say like some more exciting races, and not to say that this wasn't exciting, but in those like nail biting kinds of races, we would expect it to be a little bit closer. But overall, great racing from both of them. I thought that the beginning of that race really set a tone, and RIT really put some fire under the butts of Ithaca in that first portion of that race.
Yeah. And we got the women's now 1v8, 1v coming in. William Smith, huge gap, 656.24, and Rochester at a 711.8. That, again, a huge gap. William Smith, as we saw coming out of that second set of bridges, just really put pedal to the metal as much, like really as much as you can in a boat, but complete control from about the 500-meter mark all the way to the end.
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, I do gotta ask, because we've always joked about this, my friends and I, with like, oh, fantasy football punishment, we have to do a 5K on a rowing machine. They have way too much the rowers have way too much confidence in me saying that if anyone could do it, it's me. I disagree. I don't think I can get through a 5K, but I do gotta ask, what was your 5K time?
You know, I don't remember. I don't remember what my 5K time was. It's been so long. I don't think I've done a 5K since high school. As a coxswain, I didn't do a 5K. And I'm not afraid to admit that. Yeah, I could tell you my 2K time from high school, though.
Hit me.
It was right around that 8-minute mark as like a 15-year-old. Not the fastest, but, you know, right there, right enough to maybe get recruited, you know. But made the switch over to coxing and, like, really enjoyed that. Not to say that I didn't enjoy 2Ks, which, you know, I could say that it could go either way on that. But coxing was definitely more of my calling.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my good friends who really helped me getting kind of prepared for this, she always tried to convince me to join the rowing team, and I was like, I do not think I'm built for that, Liz.
I think you're built for it, man.
I have to disagree. Coming up next, though, we have the men's 1v8 between Williams and Ithaca. As you see, RIT men's team rowing right there in the beautiful Cayuga Inlet. How cold's the water?
Oh, it's pretty chilly. It's pretty chilly. I'm glad that it's warmer today, because if senior weekend was last week, I don't know if people would want to jump in. So I'm glad it's warmer.
Sorry, Marietta RIT will be coming first. Kind of show probably why RIT's there. And for these two teams, Marietta and RIT, Marietta not in the neighborhood, I would say, for compared to the rest of these schools. Let me say like distance wise.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to agree with you on that.
And RIT, again, another fantastic team. As we have coxswain for the men's 1v, Julia Gill, and then Sam Ferreira, Sam Collier, Aaron Ryder, Tom Kirkham, Nick Ricotta, Riley McMichael, Emmett Christensen, and now at the bow, Nick Staley.
Looks like we've got a Sam Stern pair. That's fun.
Sam squared?
Sam squared Stern pair. I don't know if they go by that, but maybe they'll
have
start
to start now. We gotta tell them that if they haven't figured them out yet. Let me find them. Have Andrew go find them and tell them they have to go by Sam squared Stern pair. And Marietta, sitting at seat number 6, the horse, Ben Harper, with the nickname. Coxswain Bryce West, Jake Salvo, Jackson Roca, Ben Harper, the horse, Nick Pachet, Rowan Schlude, Kyle Rucker, Nick Sarno, and Alex Cathcart. And what a nickname. The horse.
I know, I saw that on our lineup. I said, I wonder why they call him that, and I guess we'll find out.
I mean, he rode talking about Ben, he rode for the Green Racing Project this summer, won gold in the U23 4Xs, and he owns the Marietta College Hour of Power 10K and 6K records. You know, that's probably why they call him the horse right there.
Yeah, and looks like he's also second on the all-time Marietta 2K leaderboard.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, that is impressive. Is Marietta off to a strong start? Marietta in lane 3, RIT in the orange in lane 2.
And you can just see how efficient they are through the water and coming up the slide back to the catch. So I'm talking right now about that time when their blades are out of the water and they're moving towards the back. They're moving their bodies back towards the back of the boat, and they're just so efficient with it. Getting that blade right in, you can see a little bit of backsplash or that splash coming up off the blade as the blade enters the water. Looks like they have great rhythm here.
And Ben Harper's coach, Greg Murr, called him the closest thing that they have to elite caliber heavyweight oarsman. That is high praise. Also, Ben himself gave himself the horse nickname, and based on everything we're seeing early on and through the stuff his coaches have said about him, he really has earned that nickname. Though it started off more as a joke for himself, and now it's like, man, if that is an absolutely talented thing. Our good friend Andrew Roberts now has an interview on the shoreline. Andrew, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Kai Link and Emmeline Robinson. They were on the women's 1v8 boat just recently. Very tight race with RIT. How'd that feel in the moment for you guys down the stretch?
You know, it's always a little bit scary when there's another boat that comes out in front early on in the race, but I think we did a good job of staying composed and just trusting that if we push together, we could make up the gap and come in with a win.
Yeah, I think it felt frantic at the start, but we really all came together, and we've been working on moving up on other boats in practice, and I think we did a really good job implementing that.
And we'll end with this. What did it take to sort of make that adjustment and get into a rhythm later in the race?
I think just trust and a little bit of composure, focus on ratio, and stick to our technique.
Yeah, I think Peyton, our coxswain, was calling trust me on this one and go together, and I think that always really helps us to remind us that we're all there together.
Thank you so much, guys. We've got the men's race finishing up. We'll send it back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And yeah, Ithaca, really, what's kind of, as someone who rode and as a cox, what would go through your head? What would you be telling to your rowers when the other team would kind of get a stronger start off?
You know, kind of the same thing that coxswain, that our Ithaca coxswain told those women. Trust me, sit up, and let's go together. It is always difficult when a team has a bit of a start on you in the beginning, but you can't let that shake you. So I think Ithaca did a great job trusting each other in that boat, and really pulling through as a team together, not getting too frazzled, and just, you know, like she said, trusting the process, trusting the boat. And I think we don't always think about that mental side, and that side is so important. But looking back at this men's 1v race, looks like Marietta has lengthened out, or taken a couple boat lengths here and really lengthened out that lead that they have. I do wonder what this coxswain is telling them right now to stay on it, and what RIT's coxswain is saying to really get some fire under the butts of their boat, to try to possibly make a move, get a good time going through this finish line.
Yeah, and really looking at Marietta throughout this season, they are coming off of those 1V and 2V for the men's team, are coming off strong pacing at the San Diego Crew Classic. So they've been all over the country. That's something that they've said they've prided themselves on, being able to go from, say, San Diego to Central New York to wherever else, head of the Charles even maybe, and just play the best competition. And I think when you play the best competition, it makes you better. You're used to playing these tougher, racing against these tougher competition, and you get stuff like this where Marietta is so far ahead and in complete control. And when you have, as you called it, let me see if I remember the term here. Kind of like your powerhouse.
Yeah, your
Yes,
powerhouse.
with such a talented group of rowers. I mean, you're bound to get leads like this.
Absolutely. And right back to that, when you go somewhere where you're now the little fish in the big pond, it makes you grow, makes you have to watch your back and start to become a big fish, so that when you come back to your slightly smaller pond, you're now the big fish.
Great analogy right there. Unbelievable. Marietta, all alone.
Coming up to that line, let's see what kind of time they put down as they come up. Now, we talk a lot about in rowing having that 6-minute be our breaking point, be that point that we're striving for throughout the season, wanting to break 6 minutes. Now, it's still pretty early in the season, and it's looking like Marietta was pretty close to that. And it would be nice. I'm excited to see what other times they put down as the season progresses.
It's RIT coming in unofficial time around 6:31, 6:32. Marietta, though, dominant from start to finish. And for Marietta, they have the same Cox is going to be on this as well. Is going to be in both sessions of the 1V. So same boat, same race, same team actually for both sessions. Sorry. But this is a team that prides themselves on like never taking a break. Ben, now a senior, came in fall 2022, spring 26 now, has never taken a break from rowing. As we're going to come up on the next race between the men's 1V between Williams and the Ithaca College Bombers. Coxswain, Jakes Patterson, Reese Peloton, Andrew Cheeley, Bryce Williston, Liam Baker, Andrew Coit, Liam Dickey, Marshall, Adams, and Bow, Nico Greenberg.
Now, I want you to keep an eye on that stroke C or 8C, Reese Peloton. He was named as one of the rowers to watch. I really want you to see how he sets the tone of this boat, sets that rhythm and rate, and how he, like converses with that coxswain as they come down the course.
And Williams and Ithaca, as they get set here. For Williams, they've really kind of very different neighborhood up in New England, but again, you mentioned these teams very familiar with each other, as Karina Sun, the Cox, Kyle McHugh, and Quinn Carroll, and the Stern, Will Densmore, Jack Archer, Noah Peters, Jack Wagner making up the powerhouse, and Meyer Liebman and Michael Lestrang over at Bow. Did I get those terms right?
You did.
Oh,
so
yes,
proud of you.
We are learning.
So let's see this start and see who's going to take off. I'm looking for a nice clean start from both crews and really some power coming from that Ithaca crew today.
And also talking about Ithaca, Bryce Williston, two-time captain, second team IRCA All-American in 2025 as they're off right there. And you mentioned Reese Peloton named to the 2026 D3 RICA watch list.
And you can just see that control that Reese has of that blade work as he comes into it, coming off nice and quick. Looks like they're moving together quite well. Williams with a maybe half a seat up on them, and they're close. That Williams coxswain is going to need to move to the left side to port if they don't want to hit blades. There they go, making that adjustment. Ithaca coxswain holding a great line. Very proud of them for not getting frazzled and moving too close to shore on that, because that can be a very difficult position to be put in.
Yeah. In those situations, when would you say that like as you kind of gain more power, you lose control kind of the direction you're going in?
I would actually say you get a little bit more control, because the faster you move, the easier it is to actually turn.
Yeah.
The slower you move, kind of like on a jet ski, if you're moving too slow, that turn isn't going to be as immediate as you want it to be. But it can be a little nerve-wracking if you have a boat coming in on you and you're between a boat and shore to know what exactly to do. So very nice props to that Ithaca coxswain for staying strong and holding their line.
Williams pulling ahead. As we mentioned, Williams had a 14-second gap between them and Ithaca just last weekend. So Williams starting to pull ahead a little here.
Yes, and Ithaca working hard to keep contact, keep up on it. It's looking like they're maintaining contact. If I were that coxswain right now, I would be, if I were that Ithaca coxswain right now, I would be urging my team to stay with it, to trust the process, and just keep contact with that boat. Try to tire out that other crew. See how far you can go with it. Williams looking very strong right now, though. Good rhythm, really nice blade work from them.
Yeah, Williams, just unbelievably talented squad across the board. Now, I do got to ask, I have another question as I'm watching it. Does the depth of the blade go, what's the difference kind of that makes?
Yeah, so you don't want that blade, it's a bit of a balancing process. You don't want that blade to go too far in because the water will come up the shaft of the oar and you'll actually lose speed because you don't have the blade being the only thing pushing the water. If you don't put your blade in too far, then you don't have most of the blade pushing the water. So ideally we're looking for just the blade and maybe a little bit of the shaft to be in the water. But if you go too deep, you can actually also almost what we call catch a crab, which basically means that water sucks your blade down and it gets stuck and it can bring your whole boat to a halt. So that blade work is so important to get that blade in at the precise depth that it needs to be to get the most momentum and acceleration. And that takes a lot of time and practice. And both these crews are doing a great job of finding that depth and being able to accelerate through that main part of the stroke. And you can see there all those guys in the Ithaca crew sitting up, putting in their best work to try to gain some ground back on this other crew. Ithaca coxswain kind of moving to port or to the left a little bit more than I would expect. But again, I said earlier, this is a difficult part of the race course because you don't quite have as many landmarks to go off of as you're steering. Looks like they made a nice correction though.
It's as you go more and more into the kind of every technical thing, you kind of learn. I think that's kind of the best thing about being exposed to sports that you wouldn't typically spend your time kind of watching. As much as I can say now, rowing is an unbelievably exciting sport as Williams comes through, but how technical each stroke is, everything from the depth of the blade to how far ahead or behind the puddle you are, and even just the movement of your back and your legs.
Oh, 100%. And it looks like Ithaca's getting a little tired here, if I had to guess. You can see in their posture, they're starting to shrimp a little bit, starting to push that their chest forward. I would love for that coxswain to make a call for them to sit nice and upright, open up that respiratory system, and try to get a little bit more length through that stroke. Just looks like they're getting a little bit short, probably because they're putting in a lot of work right now.
Yeah. And Williams all alone as they're passing that Rochester boat.
Yeah, Williams looking great right now.
And the women's 2V also about to start as Williams comes towards the end. And I really like the boat color for Williams.
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?
I think purple and yellow is a great combination. As much as I love the blue and white, as the Ravens fan in me kind of wishes they'd put a little more gold in those uniforms.
I know, me too.
Do you watch football frequently?
Not frequently. I'm big into the Cortica jug.
Yes.
That's really the one football game that I watch each season. Ooh, and Williams right under the 6-minute mark. Let's see if Ithaca can get within that 14-second gap that they had last weekend.
It's going to be close, but looks like Ithaca just around that 14-second gap that they had last weekend. So Williams under 6 minutes. That was about 5:58 it looked like from our view. We'll get the official times later. As we're going to send it back to the start of the course now, where we have the women's 2V starting. And they're already underway, coming underneath that first bridge. It's going to be in the lane 3, the right lane. RIT, and in lane 2, Ithaca.
Beautiful. We didn't get to see the immediate start of that race, but it looks like they're right neck and neck right now. Ithaca in that middle lane, so they are going to have that bit of advantage around that turn under those bridges. We'll see what they do with that as they come up on it. But it does also look like RIT is holding strong, and there's a good fight going on right now.
Yeah, very neck and neck right now. For the RIT 2V squad, Coxwing, Maddie Mesa, Julia Callahan, Aaron Cora, Abby Jesser, Maeve McNamara, Jolene Ortega, Ali Van Linda, Ella Byers, and Bao Ryan Shoten. As they're getting a little close on each other. Not as much as they're going to correct.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Both of them slightly steering towards port or that left side. Both coxswains probably right now trying to find that best line as they come up on that bridge so they don't hit either abutment. It's always a challenge as a coxswain trying to find your fastest but also most safe, like fastest and safest line down the course. And sometimes you have to make a sacrifice and either make a sacrifice for safety over speed. But right now, both coxswains doing a great job keeping a safe distance in between each other and navigating this course as they come up on those bridges.
And for the Ithaca 2V, they have Cox Sarah Sharabi, Kate March, Macy Sagas, Jasmina Valle, Melanie Heim, Claire Edwards, Lauren Huber, CJ Owen, and at the bow, Emily Murphy.
All right, as they come in through this bridge, I always loved rowing under this bridge because when you make a call, it echoes. It was always so great if you made like a big move call and it just echoed throughout. It was always like so motivating, not only for the rowers, but for yourself as a coxswain. And be like, yeah, I can hear myself saying that. That's awesome. And looks like they took that advantage to their advantage. They're up a couple seats now, about a half length, with contact still.
Ithaca pulling ahead as they're coming by the Cayuga Medical Building.
Good adjustment from that RIT coxswain, getting a better line as they come through. Ithaca still fighting to keep that lead. They can't let up now or RIT will take it back. So
RIT slowly gaining ground, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking about a seat. So Ithaca's going to really have to stay on and keep turning up the pressure because RIT is challenging them right now, pressuring them. They need to stay on their power right now. Now, as they come up on this stretch, if you're not there already, Boatyard Grill is a great place to watch this from. I don't know if you've been there before to watch a race.
I haven't watched the game there, but I have sat on that little like seating area that faces the lake. I've sat there. I go to Boatyard probably more than I should be. I do love that grill. Boatyard Grill is one of my favorite places to go eat in Ithaca.
Yeah, it's lovely. I always take my mom there.
It's a great place. It's a great place. I don't know if we're allowed to promote them like that.
But
hey, they're right there, and it's a great place to watch the race. You get a perfect view of this.
Oh yeah, you get a perfect view right at that 1500-meter mark. I feel like that's one struggle of a rowing race because they're so long. A lot of people go, well, where do I go to watch?
Yeah.
You know, and for those wanting to go to a regatta, I say right around that 1500-meter mark is probably the best place to see because you get to see them a little further in the race, and it's a great measure of who's going to finish first, who's going into that sprint with the most power.
As they're passing Boatyard Girl now.
RIT. RIT looked a little winded there, but I'm hoping that they get a second wind as they move into this sprint. Ithaca pulling ahead. Oh man, they're looking nice and solid. Great blade work from them, moving together as a unit. And you can see them there with their yellow hats that have become a symbol of the Ithaca women's rowing team. Love that. As a men's team member, I was always jealous of those yellow hats.
I think they're great, especially with the. I think this is kind of an opinion I've always had. I feel like Ithaca should really incorporate yellow into their uniforms more, as that's their third color. Blue and white is what the uniforms are. We got gray in the uniforms a lot more.
It's great. Blue and white is great, but that accent of that yellow
the yellow
gold.
accent, you gotta have that.
Yeah.
And Andrew now, a Shoreline reporter, with an interview with RIT. Andrew.
Here with Jessica Hall. She was the stroke seat on that women's varsity first 8 boat against Ithaca. Very tight race with the Bombers. How do you look to rebound from that?
Well, we've had some pretty bad weather the past week, so this is our first time getting back on the water in a couple days. We had a lot of fun, and it's really nice to be in the nice weather, and our plan is to just go back, race it just like we did, and hopefully get even better. Great first race of the season. So.
Thank you so much. Yeah, tell me more about that weather. The water level's rising a little bit. A lot of indoor practices this week. How is that adjustment over into the race?
The nice thing about being indoors is that we've had a lot of time to have some team bonding and just get to know each other and be friends, and it's kind of carried over into the race, and we've had a good time just having fun. That's been the goal this season.
Yeah, being friends with all these rowers, how does that make it easier to set the tone for the boat as you do in the stroke seat?
It just establishes a sense of trust. Like during that race, I was smiling. I knew that all 8 other women in that boat I could trust with my life, and that they were pulling as hard as I was. It was a good fight, good race.
Yeah, well, we'll see you guys again against William Smith later today. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
Cool.
As
Thank you.
Ithaca took that race over RIT. For RIT, for RIT, you know, they in the 1v, you gotta. I feel like I'm at a loss for words here right now.
Well, I'll just say I love that RIT rower brought back this idea of trust. You know, you're going to see that permeated throughout this race. It's all about trusting yourself and trusting every other person in that boat. So I love that RIT rower brought that up again, because that is just such a theme of rowing.
Now moving from Henrietta, New York, over now to the River campus, we have Rochester taking on William Smith in the women's 2v. Rochester, it's about 3 minutes in as they're coming up on that second bridge now, looking at the 2v 2v for Rochester, the Cox, Asha LeMay, Caitlin Wilmarth, Sabrina Butori Valdiva, Elizabeth Carlton, Rachel Ruminer, Marin Ivers, Natalie Dundas, Lillian Zillow, and Hayes Keith. And for the William Smith Herons in the 2v, we have Cox Mimi Kreco, Liv Helms, Lily Lothander, Nora Smith, Ainsley Kimball, Paige Bernhard, Alyssa Gillaranda, Ollie Sainsbury, and Lily Keefe. And William Smith pulling ahead, coming through that Cayuga Medical Building and underneath the second bridge a couple seconds ago.
Yes, looking very strong. both teams with some pretty good blade work, but William Smith just looking so efficient, so sharp throughout this.
Now, here's another question for you, because looking at where RIT and Rochester are compared to where Ithaca and William Smith are. Ithaca and William Smith, they have Cayuga Lake and they have Seneca Lake Seneca. For Rochester and RIT, you have Lake Erie, but most of them, they're racing in the Genesee River. So what's the difference between, say, racing in a river and racing in a lake?
So racing in the lake, at least for us, at least here in Ithaca, we have the inlet, which is pretty protected. So we're not out on the lake every single day, depending on the weather. It's pretty protected. You don't have these huge currents that you're going to have on the rivers. When you're practicing on the river, especially the Genesee has so many turns and twists to it, as well as that current. So when you're rowing one way, you're rowing with the current. You're going to be a lot faster as opposed to when you're rowing against the current. You're going to get some more of that like resistance training because you are rowing against that current. Not only that, but those coxswains are getting a lot more practice with twists and turns and steering. So I feel like that benefits them during our fall season in the 5Ks when you do have to do a lot of that steering and twists and turns. But it's very different when you go from steering a course with lots of turns to steering a straight course or a course with just some slight angle differences. That's going to be a completely different kind of steering for those coxswains. And it's different water for the rowers as well. There's no current. It's a bigger area to go across. So there are definitely some differences, some advantages and disadvantages to both kinds of settings.
Yeah. And William Smith, as they're coming around the 1500 mark, in control here. Rochester trying to keep up. I got to ask you while we're on the talk of the Genesee River, do you have a favorite place when you were on the team to have races?
Oh, Head of the Charles will always have a special place in my heart. It's a really hard course, but it's a very rewarding course when you get it right. When you get that turn under Elliott Bridge correct, oh man, it's just the best feeling in the world. However, I will say I love our home course. I think it's great. I knew it like the back of my hand. I can't say that I could jump in and do it blindfolded anymore, but I felt like in my prime I could probably do that. But maybe not totally blindfolded. But it's pretty great. I will say Head of the Genesee is always fun. I love courses that have those twists and turns. I love a challenge like that. However, like Saratoga Springs is also great because it's, again, totally different steering mechanism to really keep a tight, straight course. I've also raced at Nathan Benderson down in Florida. That was really fun to be at a venue that's like specifically for rowing is a lot different than places like here where we have other boats on the water and other things to avoid. So I don't know. No shade to the Cooper River, but actually shade to the Cooper River. Cooper River is probably my least favorite. I've never been there in good weather. It's not protected, lots of wind. So anywhere that has wind protection, I'd say, is probably my favorite.
William Smith finished at about 7:14 mark as Rochester's coming a little behind there, finishing, say, about 13 seconds after. And William Smith, again, third time we've seen them today, and third time they've been in complete control. That goes to, as you mentioned, just how well that team is coached and how well that team is run.
And that depth of the team, that permeates throughout into the 2V. It looks like they have really good depth and lots of fast rowers throughout their program, not just in their top boat.
Yeah. And going back to the men's 1V momentarily between Williams and Ithaca, kind of seeing how in control Williams was. Williams, as it comes in right now, Williams under that 6 minutes mark that you said teams shoot for, 5:58 on the dot. Ithaca at 6 minutes 12 seconds, 0.3.
Still right around that 14-second gap there. So it's looking like pretty consistent. 6:12 for Ithaca. I wouldn't call that a bad time. I do definitely think that we have more in the tank to give. But again, it's still early in the season, second race of the season. And this just goes to show that there's more work to put in, and they have more potential than this, and I know that. But great, hats off to Williams, 5:58, fabulous time for the beginning of the season for them. And it's just good to see that consistency, and I know that Ithaca can probably close that gap as they get further, depending on what Williams looks like.
And now for Marietta and RIT. Marietta 6:10.7 and RIT 24-second difference. 6:34.3. You saw how Marietta just off to the races and never looked back. That was a team that was just like, I'm comparing them in my head. It's like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as a boat, just complete control and so much strength throughout that center part of the boat.
And cohesiveness.
Absolutely. As we're off now for the men's 2V between Ithaca and Williams. Ithaca in lane 2 and Williams in lane 3. For the Williams boat in the 2V, we have Cochran, Emma Silk, Travis Carroll, Luke Kulasiran, Dalton Peters, Atlas Barnes, Justin Schoenfarber, Aiden Beyer, Lucas Wu, and Aiden Spelacy Erkin of the bow. And for the Bombers, Cox, Knight Adkins, Max Dexter, Nolan Boswell, Tyan Fields, Leo Covello, Connor Brighton, Brody Hart, Henry Hersberger, and Cameron Stanford at bow.
Good start for both these crews coming under that first bridge. Looking pretty strong. Let's see if we get a different camera angle so we can see what that gap is looking like, or if they have any overlap.
That's Williams off to the races underneath that first bridge, a minute in, and almost, if not more than a full boat's length at this one. Williams, wow, that's like a burst of speed you just saw right there.
Oh, yeah.
As they're coming past that apartment complex.
Looks like they have maybe a slightly faster stroke rate than Ithaca right now, and they're just cooking.
Absolutely. And as you're coming past this apartment complex, we're also coming past the Ithaca Farmers Market. And with the a little further down, dude, floundering. But now that we're on the topic of the farmers market, weather's getting warmer, heading back outside, and excited to really see. I'm a big farmers market fan, but I actually have never been to the Ithaca Farmers Market.
Oh, you've got to try it out. Ithaca Farmers Market debut weekend this weekend. Absolutely fabulous food, fabulous wares, fabulous everything, and a pretty great view of the finish line.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
For.
And they've just they've totally redone the parking lot. So now it's paved. It's no longer puddles of mud, which is huge.
Yeah, that's especially in Ithaca, where it's especially during like the winter. I guess it's not being used as much in the winter, but for those unpaved parking lots, man, when those potholes start showing up, it's like, wow.
It's messy.
Coming on the bridge now, and Williams in complete control.
Absolutely. I'd love to see what Knight is going to tell their crew here through that those bridges, see if they can get some fire going and really sit up and start to go. Williams just cooking away, swinging together, really nice.
Coming past Cayuga Medical, and that's almost 3-4 boat lengths, you'd say, right?
Yeah.
And Andrew with Professor Wazaloo down on the shoreline. Andrew.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. I am here with Professor from Ithaca College, Zen and Wazloo. You have 4 students here that are racing today, including the coxswain for the men's first varsity 8 boat, Jake Patterson, also Kai Link on the women's first varsity 8 boat. How's it been seeing them out on the water?
Oh, terrific. It was perfect timing, and what a great location. And I do follow Ithaca College athletics, and rowing has a great reputation. And again, it's also Ethan, Cameron, Jake, And I think, and as you mentioned, Kai, and I think there's another student as well. But it's wonderful and perfect weather. I'm very proud of them. Very committed students and great athletes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Cameron Strong, also a producer of this broadcast in addition to racing, so he's got a lot on his hands today. How's it been seeing him in action?
Wonderful. And, you know, you come here and you get here and you see the friendly face and all the other excellent students and athletes, and there goes Cameron riding across here as well. So, no, it's great. Thanks.
Yeah, great stuff all around. Anything else you want to add about the experience here at the Cayuga Inlet?
Well, you know, you take a look at the boathouse and the commitment and all of the support, and I was out on the inlet, and it's nice seeing other athletes coming out from other athletic teams, and actually I've been looking, but also in my class I have a number of field hockey players, and they said, "Are you going to be there too?" And I said, "Of course, I'll try and make it out." So it's a really nice community, very, very nice.
Well, Zenon, great to see you out here supporting the team as well. We will send it back to the booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Andrew and Professor Oslo, I think history professor at Ithaca College right there. And as Williams again ahead, let's talk about, you mentioned how well known and how storied kind of the Ithaca rowing department is. I mean, we saw inside the boathouse where we are right now, the back-to-back national championship banners, 2004, 2005. We had multiple Olympians from Ithaca College, and also now 3 straight Liberty League titles for the men, 4 straight for the women. So really, can you tell me about like what that kind of keeping up that legacy is like as somebody who's on the team?
Oh man, I'm so proud of this team. While I was here, unfortunately, we did not win Liberty Leagues, but I was in the boat that won states against Army West Point, which was huge for us. So after I graduated is when that Liberty Leagues title started coming back to Ithaca, and it was just so nice to see as an alum, to see that motivation and that momentum be carried through. And it's just fabulous to see that rowing has continued to grow and continued to gain momentum as we move forward through time. I'm so excited to be back with this team in the capacity that I am today. And it's great to see Coach Justin Stengel, being still fairly new to the program, has done a fabulous job cultivating a culture, a winning culture, not only of winning titles, but also of winning athletes, like these athletes that want to be here, want to put in work, and want to work together.
And with the men's 2V coming up between Marietta and RIT Williams in full control, we also have the results coming in now for the women's 2V with Ithaca 726.24 and RIT 735.17.
And Ithaca just did a great job during that race, staying composed, taking back some water, and pushing through to the end.
Yeah, Ithaca, that was a close race through the start. RIT really did a great job keeping up. I think Ithaca, again, like in that final stretch, was just fully in control though, and it's been really fun to like get the opportunity. One, thanking the crew we have around us for letting us and having us be able to broadcast this, but also getting a chance to learn about the sport. For me personally, like this is the sport that you're very familiar with. The most experience I really ever had was hearing my friend talk about it in the car rides home, and now getting to be like, okay, this is really, I feel like kind of like the story of my junior year has been like learning about different sports and learning about them more and more, and be like, this is really cool. I wish I knew about how cool this sport was earlier. As we have the second set of results coming in right now, for the women's 2V, William Smith 714.9 and Rochester 728.3, and that was another one of those races that William Smith was just in control.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That William Smith really has a good handle on this regatta today. They look calm, composed, and fast. So hats off to them. Again, like we were saying earlier, they have that depth. So their fastest people aren't just in their 1V, but also in their 2V. And moving through, they just have some depth to the teams, to their team, that right now is really unmatched.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're seeing it. 3 races, 3 wins. As men's 2V coming up between Marietta and RIT. Going back to Ithaca and Williams, we saw that giant gap between the two. And while that gap was quite big, these teams are also, it's fun to be like, okay, these teams both in football have the biggest little game. With Williams, they have Amherst in football. It's actually known as the biggest little game in the country. And while we here in Ithaca like to claim that the Cortica Jug is the biggest little game in the nation, technically Williams and Amherst does have that title in their official name. So,
well, I will say we did break the Guinness World Record for amount of people to attend a Division III football game. So I don't know if they can hold that to us yet.
absolutely. And that's another win. That's another win for the Bombers. 1 and 2 in D3 attendance records. And Andrew, now Shoreline reporter. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with 2 rowers from the William Smith Women's First Varsity 8 boat. It's Lizzie Whitney, the coxswain, and Kate Abdallah in the 7 seat. Both of you guys, big win to start off today. How does that build momentum for the later races?
I think we have a lot of things to work on, and we are still hungry, and we reflected on the race. It went really well, but we have some points that we want to work on so we can be ready for Worcester next weekend.
Yeah, just echoing Lizzie, staying hungry and being courageous in our racing.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be big stuff for any race you guys are in. And Lizzie, this is your first year as the 1v8 coxswain. How's that adjustment been from the second boat to the first boat as a junior?
Definitely a big adjustment. I've had to lock in a lot more. Definitely, I was locked in last year, but just getting everything and making the least amount of mistakes across the board. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. And how has it been early in the season, Kate, for you and Lizzie, as well as the other rowers, building chemistry within this 1v8 boat?
I mean, it's actually been fabulous. Like, we kind of have found, it's been a process of kind of finding our thing or finding a token of that makes us kind of click as a boat, and yeah.
All right, thank you so much, guys. We will send it back to Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, guys. As the men's 2V underway.
3V.
Sorry, 3V right now between RIT and Rochester and Williams. So off to the races right now. Oh, yes. So men's 2V, RIT Marietta lane 2, RIT lane 3. For RIT, looking at their 2V session 1 squad, they have Cox, Evelyn Wheel, Jared Witten, Gavin McLevain, David Griffith, Bryce Edge, Andrew Meyer, Joey Lazarus, Alex Phillips, and Leon Holman. And for Marietta, again, you're seeing it already just off to the races with such a talented roster. Cox, Connor, Rothlander, Nick Simone, Nico Invernizi, Grayson Brady, Ryan Campo, Rowan Streaker, Thomas Hart, Story, Ruffner, and Bow, Nick Passarella. And you can just see the speed they're getting right there on this shot. Just so fast through that first opening stretch.
Oh yeah, and you can see that blade work there again. Most blades getting all in, all together. Nice little bit of backsplash, or that splash you see as the blade enters the water. And nice quick drive, bringing those hands right in and really right into that finish position, tapping down to get that blade out of the water nice and quick. They're looking great, nice and composed.
Yeah, and a little fun fact about Marietta, Ohio, where Marietta College is, from Coach Greg Meyer for the POs. It's the first permanent settlement in the West after the Revolutionary War. So we got some little history and geography for you. We've had a lot of geography talking about different rivers, Charles River, Genesee River. And now we got some Revolutionary War facts. They're telling us it remains an undiscovered gem for rowing. So
Yeah, I feel like Ohio is not the first thing that pops into my mind when I think of rowing. However, Marietta does come up there.
Yeah.
And I always forget that Marietta is in Ohio because I don't always consider Ohio to be a rowing epicenter.
I'll be so honest. I saw Marietta, and like I knew the conference they were in through football, but whenever I hear Marietta, it sounds like such like a southern
It does.
name. So I was like, I feel like I'm just thinking of Marietta, South Carolina, because I've been
Yeah.
there countless times. But Marietta, again, 3.5 minutes in and in full control of this. Marietta actually right on the border of Ohio and West Virginia, on the Ohio River, where the Ohio River meets the Muskingum River, and Muskingum College up the river, also in the same conference as Marietta. So
Beautiful. And yeah, with this shot, you can really see their blade work there. Looks like 5C is getting a little high with his blade, but he's making a correction, trying to get that blade directly into the water. There we go, 5C. Sorry, I'm nerding out on this, but they're looking great, still looking calm, composed, all together. They've got some great posture in that boat, sitting up nice and tall. That's going to get them that swing through their hips that they need to accelerate through the water on their drive.
and just wow, you can see coming through the 1500 mark just how far ahead. And we're gonna send it now down to Andrew Roberts again on the shoreline. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Reese Peloton, the stroke seat in the men's 1v8 boat. A strong start to the day against Williams, but fell just a little bit short in the race. How do you guys rebound against RIT?
Yeah, you know, we had some issues, technical issues in the first piece, but I think our strength is really our second piece. We, you know, in the past, we've really pulled it together and come out strong in the second half. So yeah, I'm looking forward to our second piece against RIT.
Yeah, definitely. And as you get ready for that second piece, how are you communicating with that 1v8 boat to get adjusted for that race and make sure you guys are ready to go?
Sure. Oh, let me think. I think that, you know, we do a lot of breathing exercises, but we also talk as a boat a lot. I think that something I really enjoy about this team is that, you know, we're all friends here. We really, you know, make it an effort that we're, you know, to be on the same page. And yeah, I think that's one of our strengths is that, you know, we are of the same mind, and I think, yeah, that'll really help us in the second race.
Yeah, and I mean, you are yourselves getting some All-American recognition, but of course couldn't do it without your team. How is that team chemistry impacting you guys in the boat?
Oh, I mean, the guys are great. They're, you know, oh, we gotta move, sorry. You know, being at the boathouse is a little chaotic. You know, I think that, sorry, what was your question?
Anyways, the team chemistry, how is that impacting you guys in the boat?
Sure. You know, it's all smiles, it's all laughs. I think that, you know, we don't get too on our heads after a piece like this. I think that we knew we gave it our best, and, you know, we're ready to turn it around, you know. I think that, yeah, everyone plays off each other's strengths.
Well, thank you so much. We will send it back to the booth with Travis and Zoe.
Thank you.
And thank you so much to Andrew and Reese, and coming in. I think that's at the boathouse right outside where we are, so having to move right there. And here is RIT crossing that finish line with Marietta. What a win! What a gap between those two.
Oh yeah, and just to go back to what Reese said, I will say Ithaca has a long history of resilience.
Yes.
We are historically better in our second pieces, and I think this team especially has that ability to reframe, analyze and reframe their thinking going into that next piece. So not all is lost. I'm excited to see what they put out there in this second piece, and to see the changes that they make together. It's so nice to hear that they're all friends. They all work off of each other's strengths, and you can see that in the boat. You can see that camaraderie throughout the race, throughout the boat as they're racing, which is just really nice to see as an alum that has carried over into the next years.
Yeah. With the men's 3V coming up next between Williams and Rochester, what you've seen so far today has been kind of, I want to call it domination from between some schools. As the men's 2V results come in, we have Williams with a 26-second gap, about 26 seconds, 6:03.7 for Williams, in the Bombers with 6:29.1 in the men's 2v8 race. And do you have anything you want to, from what you saw in that race?
Yeah, I just thought that Ithaca didn't have quite the rhythm that I was expecting them to have. They looked a little frantic, a little frazzled, but I feel like we said before, they have that resilience. They're able to make changes, make adjustments, and hold themselves to that. Williams, again, just dominating, again, with that depth of their program, which I think is something that Ithaca is still trying to cultivate here.
And so get ready for the men's 3V. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to kind of see, as we get deeper into the depths of these teams, like how resilient they are. We've seen it from William Smith as they've gone deeper into their depth. You've seen the resiliency and the kind of consistency across the board. I gotta ask though, before this race for you, did you have any like pre-race rituals that you had, or any maybe superstitions you had?
Oh yeah, so my pre-race ritual was always getting all my things together in the coxswain corner, letting the guys know where my bucket was to bring down their water bottles and grab their shoes. I always offer to fill a water bottle for the guys, so we didn't have 8 water bottles in the boat, but and just talking to the guys and getting their input on what they wanted to hear from me was so important. And we'd go over the plan all together, contingency plans, everything like that. So that was kind of what I did. I saw my role as like, what can I do to get these guys to go as fast as possible? As far as superstitions, didn't really have one. My only real superstition with Ithaca is not stepping on the emblem in CC. That's my only real Ithaca superstition.
That is one that I also have. For that one and the one in the Peggy Ryan Williams Center.
Yeah, don't step on the emblem.
Will not walk on it. I do sometimes, but not on purpose. It's kind of like if you say like Macbeth in the theater, like I'll do it, and I have to do something to atone for my sins or something.
Well, now this men's 3V, we're looking at Williams and Rochester. Williams in lane 2, Rochester in lane 3. Again, Williams coming off that line nice and hot. Rochester trying to keep contact with that Williams boat. Again, you can just see the depth of this Williams program all the way through their program. It's fabulous to see.
And Williams has their 4V racing right now in this one. So that is Coxswain, Alexa Baladis, Mir, Mesrard, Vaughn, Sanders, Winslow, Winter, Halsey, Sauter, Peter, Jarvis, Toby, Van de Van, Henry Hilton, and Felix Diaz for the 4V. Which the 4V racing in the 3V, is that something that happens frequently?
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Just kind of depends on the layout of the racing and how you want to challenge your guys, what race you're going to put them in. I know that our 2V would often race in 1V races against us to really push them and see where they're at in comparison to other 1Vs and as opposed to other 2Vs. So that does happen quite frequently.
And you're seeing this 4V team just
blow it out of the water, really.
That's showing you the depth of Williams. And for Rochester, their 3V trying to keep up right now as they're coming up on that second bridge. And for Williams, wow, you're just seeing how well coached that all of these teams are, and it is unbelievable to see.
Yeah, they've got some fabulous rhythm right now, using that second lane to their advantage again, really like almost slingshotting through that. You could see they gained at least 3 seats through the buoy line.
And Williams passing the Cayuga Medical Center building right there off of, I want to call that Meadow Street. I think that's Meadow Street. I think I know my streets. I know the streets, how to get around without a GPS. I don't really know my name yet.
That's fair. I also don't know the names.
I know the important streets. I know Seneca Street. I know Green Street. I know State Street.
That's really all you need.
Yeah, and Aurora Street. Coming under that third bridge. I think that actually might be the fourth bridge they're coming underneath. But the third car bridge.
Yes, third car bridge.
This one would lead you to Cass Rink.
Yes.
If I remember correctly. If I know my map of the city of Ithaca, well, I've been here for 3 years. I feel like I should know it. I feel like I should know it by now. Do you ever go? How often do you go ice skating here in Ithaca?
I have never been ice skating here.
Wow.
Like in my undergrad years here, I spent most of my time either on campus or right here at the Inlet. So I didn't get over to Cass Park too often.
I went once. It was quite an interesting experience, to say the least. I feel like I know so many people who figure skate, like I want to almost say professionally, and it's like I can't skate for the life of me.
Oh, me either. I'm holding the wall.
Yeah.
My knees are wobbling.
I had like one of those the little walker things, and I was still almost fell with that maybe 4 times.
So no ice skating on the Inlet for you?
No. However, I learned that Cornell University used to have before they built Liner Rink, their ice hockey rink was on a pond on campus.
Oh.
Learned that semi-recently. So I wonder if that pond's still there. They had to move indoors because they had some warm winters. At the 5-minute mark, you're seeing Williams all alone passing the Cornell rowing building. And I guess while we're talking about the Cornell rowing building and Cornell University, can you talk about the relationship between Ithaca College and Cornell's rowing teams?
Yeah, so I'd say that we have a pretty good working relationship. I mean, we have to, sharing the same water. We work together to clear the inlet of any debris, clear it of ice, plan regattas such as this one. As you can see, there are no Cornell boats out here today, so a lot of stuff has to go into working together to figure out timing of races, who's going to practice when, so we're not overloading the inlet with boats. So I'd say that our relationship is pretty good. Obviously, there's always some tiffs on the water if someone gets in front of someone, blocks their line, whatever. But overall, we work together quite well just to keep that overall rowing community camaraderie strong. You know, you can't have division within your sport, especially when you're sharing the same resources.
Absolutely. And looks like Williams, as they hit the 6:30 mark and come to the end of this, right around the 6:30 mark. Complete control by them. As Rochester will finish, and coming up after this, we have the women's 4. Now, W4 plus is what it says on our sheets. That's women's, and then 4 as in 4 rowers, and then plus you got a Cox, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Oh yes,
you got it.
Oh yes, we are learning.
And this first women's 4 is going to be novices. So these are people, these are rowers and coxswains who have just joined the team. They're in their first or novice year of rowing. They don't have any really prior experience. So I am so excited to see what this race does. As a novice in a 4 as well, that's a pretty good challenge. Being in a boat that's smaller, a little bit harder to set, and you really have to get a feel for your stroke, get a feel for the other people in your boat, because there's less of you, and what you do makes more of an impact than if you were in an 8, let's say.
Yeah. would you were Cox in an 8, right?
8s and 4s.
8s and
Yep.
4s. Did you have a favorite one to?
Oh, I like the 8s because you go a lot faster.
Yeah.
But the 4s were fun because as you can see in an 8, the coxswain is sitting in the stern or the back of the boat, sitting upright, kind of like on a seat. When you're in a 4, you're actually in the front of the boat or the bow of the boat, and you're actually laying down within the shell itself. And you kind of feel like a speed racer. And the steering mechanism is a little bit different. Sometimes you'll have, like, instead of 2 strings, you'll have a stick or like a throttle. And it almost feels like you're more so in like Mario Kart or something.
Yeah. So now that leads me to a second question. What does the Cox do? Like, I know they're making call outs, but you mentioned the steering mechanism. Is that like what kind of comes with that role?
Yeah, so with that role, you've got motivation, coaching, steering, and safety. So top and most importantly is safety. The coxswain is responsible for the rowers, the oars, the shell, everything. Obviously, you're not the sole responsible party, but you're the one who's able to see everything that's going on. The rowers are facing backwards, obviously, so they can't see what's in front of you. And so that coxswain is really, really important for the safety of the boat. They steer moving the rudder on the underside of the boat to get that line, and they can also steer calling for power from either side of the boat. So there's a lot that goes into it that I don't think a lot of people realize. They kind of think that we're just sitting there and yelling. We're doing a million things all at once.
Wow, that explains so much more, because I was wondering, like, how does the steering work? Like, because I also thought it was just like calling out, saying, "Hey, you guys go a little."
I'll show you later. I'll
Dude,
show you
that would
inside
be
a boat.
awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Now we're going to send it down to Andrew on the shoreline. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Skylar Strong and Izzy Ramirez. They were in that first William Smith boat to race today, the 3rd Varsity 8. Big win for you guys. How did that feel to start the day off with a high note?
Yeah, it was really exciting. We had a lot of momentum going into this weekend, so it was really awesome for our boat to come here and just do what we did.
Yeah, it's great to see like what we work on be put onto the race course and it like follow through. So it was awesome to see and feel, I guess.
Yeah, and a particular adjustment headed into this week. A lot of wet weather all around upstate New York. So how was that an adjustment for you guys, practicing indoors a lot of the week and then being out here today?
Yeah, a couple like quick schedule changes, but I think like we're strong enough and adaptable enough to come in at everything with the most intent, and so we still got our work done and still did what we had to do.
Yeah, staying focused. Like we had a kind of a tough practice yesterday through the wind, and just coming into today and like reframing and getting right to it. So yeah.
And Skylar, your brother Cameron about to race for Ithaca. What's it like being at the same races as him all the time?
It's kind of awesome. It's cool to get to see him, and then our family's here, and yeah, shout out to him. So excited to see what he does today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to send it right back to the booth with Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And as we get closer and closer to the women's 4V, we're gonna have a lot of 4s. I said 4V. I don't know if that's technically right.
No, that would be the 4th varsity.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're looking for the 4.
Caught myself. Women's 4+. There we go. The women's 4. Because as you mentioned to me earlier, there wouldn't be. The plus is just for the coxswain, but when you talk about the 8s, you just kind of assume there's a cox in there, so
Absolutely.
you wouldn't have to. And they're actually off to the races right now in the women's 4, with Rochester in the lead. Looking at Rochester side first on lane 2, you're seeing them in front. They have Cox Ella Pitticord, Olivia Sochia, Devin LaRue, Jessica Zhang, and Kelsey McConnell on that novice team. And for Ithaca, they are working. Ithaca's roster right now for the 4s is Cameron, Soberman, Brianna Mendoza, Arias, Marie Nemeth, Maya Varaca, and Brandy Landis.
And so this this setup of the lineup can be a little bit confusing because in the 8s we have that coxswain in the back of the boat looking at that stroke seat. But in our 4s, our coxswains are actually in the front of the boat this time, behind the bow seat. They're actually laying down in the boat, heads up kind of a bit, steering from that angle. And like I said before, it can almost feel like you're in a Mario Kart race, and you get a much better view of the race course than when you're in an 8 steering from stern.
And looking again at the Rochester lineup, Ella Pitticord, the Cox, Leah Gillette, Devin LaRue, Olivia Sochia, and Anjali Ramdin.
And they have really just taken off, opened up with a bunch of open water. Ithaca looking to maybe try to fight back a little bit more here. But just open water.
And for the 4s, do you guys have a shorter course?
No.
Oh, you're going
Same
the
length.
full 2,000.
Same full 2,000 meters, yep. So think of it like all the lengths are the same. The only thing that changes is the boat type.
The boat type.
So it's not like a swim meet where you'll have like a 200, a 100, a 50, anything like that. Length is the same, just the boat type that changes.
And Rochester in control in the front. And for the Yellow Jackets, for Rochester as a school, I've always thought it was interesting. Rochester, for those who don't know, the only school in Division 3, as they're coming across the finish line right here, only school in Division 3 that's actually in 2 conferences.
Oh, really?
As full members, yes. The Liberty League and the UAA, that's, as I've kind of explained it to my D1 friends who do not get it, the Division 3 is Ivy League.
Oh.
You know, kind of the 8 schools that like are probably known the best academically, as is Ithaca crossing the finish line in those classic yellow hats, and Ithaca College men's basketball senior Cole Wissink staring from across. So yeah, that second conference for Rochester, that's NYU, Case Western, Brandeis, other schools, U Chicago, Emory, schools like that. So I've always thought that was interesting for them to be in 2 conferences as technically as full members. They kind of like split. So I think Rochester's Liberty Leagues for rowing. But for baseball, they're Liberty Leagues. For football, they're Liberty Leagues because UAA doesn't offer football. But for basketball and soccer, I think they're in the UAA, which is quite confusing when I'm trying to talk about them, be like, what's coming, who's where, what conference are they in. As if the men's 4 coming up next between Williams and Marietta. I'm actually excited to see these two. We've seen these 2 colleges dominate in other races, so you get to really now you get to see these 2 teams challenge each other in depth. You know, it's the 2 schools that have in these races been large gaps, and now you have their 4 boats, or the boats with 4 rowers going to face to face.
Yes, and it looks like from our roster here, it's going to be the Williams 3v4 B boat. Williams will also be up against Ithaca in their 5v4 and their 3v4 A boat after this first heat.
As we're gonna now getting the men's 3v results between Williams and Rochester, as that was a race that the Williams brought out their 4v. Oh, you can actually see the Cox laying down in the front right there. They won that one pretty handily, 635.2 to Rochester's 657.9. Again, that was Williams' 4v vote against Rochester. And
really showing their depth.
Absolutely, and now the women's 4 results coming in with that great shot of Boatyard Grill. I might actually have to head there tonight, honestly. It's been a while. I haven't been since last semester.
Ooh, it's time.
Yeah. And Rochester 9:14 on the dot, and Ithaca 9:35 on the dot, a 21-second difference. But Rochester in control throughout that one.
And these are, like we said before, these are novice boats.
Yes.
So there is going to be a lot more variability around that, depending on experience and where those novices are sitting on their team. And I'm sure that these novices are just excited to be here and see what they can put out.
Absolutely. Now, I do, as the men's 4 is coming up next, I have a question about the different races.
Mm-hmm.
One, is there scoring? And if yes, how does that work?
So no scoring. It's purely time-based.
Yes.
However, you can get penalties.
Ooh.
Penalties are awarded if you interfere with another boat's course, or if you go outside of your lane, outside of the buoys. So if you were to cut a buoy, you'd be awarded, let's say, like a 3-second penalty. This gets really in depth when we're doing head races that are a little bit longer and you have more turns and things like that. So to keep it fair, as to take the shortest course possible without cutting corners.
Yeah.
But as long as you're finishing in your lane for these 2K races, hopefully nobody's going to get a penalty. The most extreme penalty, is going to be hitting a bridge, and that's going to result in damage.
Yeah. As these boats are lining up for the men's 4, looking at Williams' roster for session 1, they have Cox, Holly Miller, Zach Cantrell, Simon Sokolow, Asher Rabinowitz, and Charlie Mayer. And for Marietta College, they're going to have Cox, Jordan Straw, Zach Kurla, Mason Brewer, Connor Cuviello, and Klein Howell. And again, we've seen these two colleges dominate in their races so far. So it's going to be great to see them finally get a chance to go head-to-head and really challenge each other, as they've kind of been proving that they're the best here so far.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. Not that I haven't been excited for the other ones, but
yeah, this is looking to be a great race.
And you see right now, I'll point out something else, how that coxswain was raising their hand. That is to let the starter know that they're still getting their line. You want a nice straight line to start, or else you're going to veer off to port, veer off to starboard, get in the way of someone. So when you raise your hand, that means, hey, we're not ready yet. Once your hand is down, it's fair game for the start line caller to call the start of the race.
And I have to ask, what was that, as her hand goes back up there, what is that little...
The box?
Yeah.
That's the Cox box. So that is what her headset is going to plug into, and that plugs into the speakers in the boat so that the rowers can hear what you're saying. It will also provide, if you don't have a stroke coach, which is another piece of equipment that coxswains use, it will provide things like stroke rate, 500-meter split time, all that data that you need to relay to your rowers.
And off to the races here. Both teams flying through the start.
Wow, looking nice and sharp on that start.
And just looking neck and neck through, coming under that first pedestrian bridge. And what is kind of the difference, if you can answer this, kind of like almost aerodynamic wise between the 4 boats and the 8?
Yeah, so the 8's going to be a lot longer. They're shaped like the same. Obviously, some boats are shaped a little bit differently depending on manufacturer, but they're shaped the same. Aerodynamics are going to be similar. It's just going to be the amount of people and the amount of oars in the water. 8s are also a lot heavier than 4s because they're bigger.
Yes.
So it's going to take more power to get them up to speed. But once they're up there, physics, laws of momentum, they're going to be harder to stop. They're going to carry a lot more energy forward. With our 4s, they're a little bit lighter. Can be like almost a little bit easier to move because there's less material. But as far as aerodynamics, it's going to be about the same. You're going to be a little bit different because your coxswain is sitting in the bow, weighing the bow of the boat down more than if they were in an 8. And that's one reason why for coxswains historically we're looking for lighter people, smaller people. One, because of that, quote unquote, weighing the boat down, and two, to even fit in the seat.
Yeah.
Those seats are narrow. I don't even know if I would fit in one today, if I'm being completely honest. I'm off my Division III coxing game right now. I'm in retirement mode. So, but yeah, so you're going to weigh that bow down a little bit more, having someone laying down in there, but about the same aerodynamics.
And Williams coming out to a quick lead right there, as they're just really proving how well coached that they are.
Oh yeah, that depth goes deep. As we mentioned before, this is their 3v4 B boat. We will see their A 3v4 in this next race, but looking fabulous, looking nice and strong. You can see they're pushing their puddles away almost past their stern. And let's see what they do through these bridges, if they can take advantage of that 2-seat turn advantage and open that margin up even wider.
And yeah, it's looking like they are. Oh, actually, it looks like Marietta's kind of starting to gain some ground a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like they're making a move coming through this 1K.
And Williams kind of going a little closer to the edge of that lane.
Nice tight line from Marietta there, hugging that inside buoy. Really great call from the coxswain, making that nice and tight. Looks like they gained at about a seat up. Yeah. Still open water, but they made a move there that was pretty impressive for that coxswain. Really beautiful.
Yeah, that was just excellent. Excellent call right there. You seem to really like that call. You pointed that one out immediately, almost jumped out of your chair.
Yeah, no, that like slight angle change, if you don't hit that right, you can veer off and get totally out of your lane. And if you hit it right, oh man, it feels so good in that seat. And your rowers feel it too. It can be a great motivator going into that second half of the race. And yeah, it's almost like a slingshot. You really just get through it and push through it, and you get that nice tight line, and oh man, you feel so in control and powerful.
Williams still in the lead.
Looking good. They have some nice swing into bow there, all swinging together. Really nice blade work, timing, coming into the catch together. And you can see how they wobble a little bit more in the 4.
Yeah.
Since there's less people, your body position has a lot more weight in the 4, focusing on the balance of the boat as it does in an 8, because there's more people. So your shift on your seat, your shift of your elbow is going to have a much greater impact on the set or the balance of the boat in a 4 compared to an 8.
Marietta pushing strong through this 1,500 meter point. Now, as you've probably noticed if you're watching, all the blades have different patterns, different colors. What is kind of like the colors and like the patterns mean to the teams?
Yeah, so that's going to be your team color. So Ithaca, we're white with a nice big blue stripe. Each team has its own blade artwork. Yeah. My favorite blade has to be from Middlebury, because it's cow print.
Ooh, that's really nice.
I think they have the coolest blade artwork. Cow print blades is awesome. But you'll see others with like emblems or logos and stuff like that. But usually, overall, it's just like a color pattern.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like how you can tell who's racing without necessarily needing to see the names. However, if you're not well versed in whose pattern is whose, it can be a little confusing. But yeah, like today I'm wearing my Ithaca earrings, which are our oar blades with our pattern on them.
I really like those earrings.
Thank you.
For Williams now, you're seeing just how just talented and how deep their depth goes, and they have their 3V boat out there, and they're just cruising right now as they're coming towards the end of the course.
Oh yeah, they've just opened that up. Coming through around that 706, 708 mark.
Marietta not too far behind, as they're going to be crossing
around the 723
mark.
Yep.
With the next race being our first 3-boat race, if I'm looking at this correctly. Williams 5V, Ithaca in lane 2, and then the Williams 3V. As you're seeing them line up right here, I do got to ask, we've introduced a new letter.
Yes.
What is the difference between A and B?
So that is going to be another variation of your lineup. So you know how you have your 1V, 2V, 3V? You're also going to have, like, you can have a 3VA boat, so that's your top 3V boat, and then you're going to have a 3VB boat, which is your second 3V boat.
And you see right there on the screen, that is Cam Strong, producer, legend, doing a lot right there. With Cox, Jack Harkins, Cameron Strong, Brett Markowski, Liam Carnahan, and Zach Boley. That's like an all-star boat for me. I know like almost everyone on that boat personally. I'm in a class with like 2 of them, so multiple classes. So you're seeing that Ithaca boat right there. And Cam, busy guy today. For Williams 5V boat, they have Georgia Baden-Hope as the Cox, Alden Rolfe, Jacob Alex Farmian, and Blaz Vaspektic over there on lane 1, the far side, and for lane 3, Williams 3V, Kip Kaplan as Cox, Soren Anderson Flynn, Charlie Halverson, Andrew Kurgan, and Neil Verma.
And this will be fun, being our first 3-boat race. We're using all 3 lanes here. Ithaca in that middle lane, so that coxswain is really going to be on his P's and Q's to keep that line right down the middle and not interfere with lane 1 or lane 3. And lane 1 and lane 3 coxswains are going to really have to try hard to not veer into Ithaca while also avoiding shore.
Yeah. It becomes much more difficult because this is a course, as I've been kind of watching it, it's pretty straight, but there is that one turn that you've mentioned,
yeah,
and that one turn for
angles.
lane 1. That's, like you just mentioned, especially with the water levels being higher, you have to be, as you say, on your P's and Q's more, not to get too close to the shoreline.
Yep. Oh yeah, and we'll see what happens too with that angle change under those bridges 2 and 3. We'll see what that does for these crews. Ithaca right on it with Williams 5V.
Looks
about
like they're actually gaining right
looks
now
like
on
they're
Williams
gaining.
5V.
Absolutely, and then Williams 3V just off to the races,
Yes.
running ahead. So I feel like this is going to be a race between the Williams 5V and Ithaca for that second place spot.
Williams 5V slowly gaining some distance from Ithaca.
It's still early in the race, though. We'll see what happens, like we saw with that with our women's 8 races. RIT being up a little bit and Ithaca coming back. We'll see what they can do with under those bridges and into that middle half.
And for these neck and neck races, is there like kind of a strategy in like maybe not pushing as hard, and then as you hit the home stretch, really gunning it?
Yeah, so there's a couple different strategies you can take. If you know that you're holding a crew, you can hold that same rhythm and try to just ride them out, try to tire them out, and then save a little bit in the engine tank to really open it up in that sprint. It really depends on what that coxswain calls and how that team functions. Other teams, you'll go all out. It might be an all-out race the entire way down. But that main goal is to break the other crew. And that can be done in a lot of different ways depending on the coxswain and depending on the crew that you're coxing. It looks right now that Williams 5V is taking a little bit of a lead, but we still got some overlap. Ithaca fighting hard here, trying to keep contact with them.
And that Williams 3V just all alone out in the front.
Coming up on that second bridge, first car bridge, as they come through.
That one takes you to Trumansburg.
Yes.
If I know my roads correctly. And Taganic Falls State Park, which probably my favorite waterfall.
It's beautiful.
I haven't gotten to Lucifer Falls yet. I've seen photos as they're coming underneath that bridge, Ithaca in lane 2. Kind of that advantage you've mentioned kind of gets negated when you have someone in lane 1, right?
Yeah, 100%. But let's see how they come through these buoys. It looks like Williams 5E took that a little wide. They're having to do a little bit of a correction here to stay within their lane. Ithaca looking like they have a pretty good line coming through. You can see how Williams 5E kind of came out to that starboard or right side and then recorrected. But now they've got Williams has a nice straight line down the inlet. Ithaca as well, Ithaca's coxswain had a nice line through there, holding strong. Now this is going to be a little bit of a test for that Williams 5V in lane 1 as they come through this second bridge. It can be a little confusing having come down from one direction and going back through, but I'm sure this coxswain has it in the bag for that.
Yeah, as we're not going to send it down to the shoreline where Andrew Roberts has something. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with one senior from each of the men's and women's rowing teams for Ithaca on their senior day. Melanie Heim, Cameron Stanford here with me. What does the senior day mean to you guys?
Yeah, it's super awesome to be out here getting one last run on our inlet. We've been practicing here for the past 4 years, so it's super fun to be out here one last time.
Yeah, senior day for me is honestly just like all the races that we've had on our home turf, just being able to lay out a really good one for the last time. So.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of stuff to look forward to down the stretch of the season as well. Melanie, you've been here for 3 Liberty League titles already. The Bombers have had 7 in a row. As you look to chase that 4th, how encouraging is it facing off against RIT in Rochester today, a strong start against RIT?
Yeah, it's exciting to get those races out there, get those wins under our belt. And it's just been super exciting. We were really pushing hard today as a team. And just getting those wins is super good. It's feeling super good going into those Liberty League races.
Yeah, and then Cameron Williams, a little bit of a tougher opponent, known for their strong rowing teams, but you guys got RIT later. How are you looking to rebound as a squad?
Yeah, the first race against Williams was a little bit rough. We held on to them in the first 700, and we just lost a little bit in the next 1,000. But RIT hopefully should be a lot better. We race against them a lot more often, so hopefully it'll be a lot better. And I think we also had a boat malfunction in the morning, so hopefully we'll be back in our original shell, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, definitely. How has that weather impacted you guys as well? A lot of downpours earlier in the week, weren't on the water as much, and getting back in the boats today, what's the adjustment there?
Low-key, this is like the best weather we've had all week. It's been pretty sweet. Like, I remember earlier this week we were dealing with like freezing cold, like rain and wind, and now it's like actually like the best conditions we've had on the inlet in like a hot minute, so it's been pretty sweet actually.
Yeah, it's been great having some flat water today for the race. Yesterday during our race run through, it downpoured. So it's nice to have some flat water, get those even strokes in for today.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll send it back to Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you to Cameron and Melanie. And I'm going to ask our producer, Justin, who's in my ear, to correct me if I'm wrong here. But I'm pretty sure Melanie Heim, also the ICTV sports director. So, very involved, and Cameron Strong, also a very involved person. I've interacted with him in multiple spheres. So, in a cappella, actually,
Oh,
he
nice.
is in one of the college's 6 a cappella groups. The red one, IC Voice Stream, who has had a lot of great people. As they're going to be Williams, 3V getting through that line first, right around the 7-minute mark, and Williams 5V on lane 1 coming up to that end point. As we're kind of winding down before a little lunch break here, will be the last race. We're going to take a bit of a break as Williams 5V comes through. And then Ithaca will come in, and then we'll be back, have an hour break in the Inlet Invite before coming back around 1 for the women's 1V session 2 between Ithaca and the Yellow Jackets of Rochester. As we wait for the results to come through for that final men's 4, what did you like throughout that race? What did you see that you liked?
I liked how composed each team looked. I thought that they were all rowing their own race. They all stayed in the boat together. You know, that Williams 3V really just putting down a good time, taking it out fast at the beginning. Ithaca put up a good fight, kept contact with the other Williams boat for a fair amount of that race. And I'd be excited to ask the Cox and Cameron how they felt that went.
Yeah. As we now have the first men's 4 race results. Williams with that 3V boat with 7:08.5 and Marietta 7:25.5. So Williams really showing that depth right there in that last race and in this one as well with that win. And those New England schools, let me tell you, they are just so talented athletically. Just in every sport you can expect to see a school from New England always competing near the top of it, which shocks me even more as today, if I'm correct, let me make sure. Nope, tomorrow, men's Division III's national champion, which does not have a school from New England, so it's really cool. But anything from this race that's particularly stood out to you with Williams and Marietta?
You know, I just thought it was another great race of showing depth. Williams just right out the gate. They just look so composed. Their blade work is really good. I was very impressed. All their rowers sitting up nice and straight, getting a really good swing into that bow. You can just see their momentum taking them throughout the race. It didn't look like they had any points of falter.
Yeah, not at all. And what you're seeing, and now as we got the second results for the men's 4 with Williams, Ithaca, and Williams again. Williams 3V with a 6:58.4 sub-7 time right there. Williams 5V with a 7:24, and then about 10 seconds behind the Ithaca College Bombers with a 7:35.5. And you're seeing again just race after race after race how deep this Williams team goes.
Oh, 100%. And you know that has to be a huge shout out to those coaches, their recruiting process, and how they cultivate their athletes.
Yeah, and it's been a fantastic first couple of hours of racing, and we got a couple more great hours. And hey guys, how you doing? We're having fun here in the booth, having fun keeping track of these games for you, as we've had just such a fun first couple of races. Do you have any race that really stuck out for you?
Oh, you know, I think that women's 1B race really stuck out to me between Ithaca and RIT, how Ithaca was able to come from a deficit and really fight back and keep that trust within their team and pull ahead. Like, you really see how that mentality can either benefit you or not when you're in that race. So seeing Ithaca stay so calm, collected, and put trust into themselves and their coxswain to really get through was fabulous to see. And props to RIT for having that really great start and really challenging Ithaca to dig deep.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we're going to step away here for a bit, but do not go anywhere just yet because we have another fantastic slate of races for you in the next 2 hours. It's going to be a bit of an hour break from here. We're going to come back at right before 1 p.m. with our first race in the women's 1V session 2 between the Ithaca College Bombers and the Rochester Yellow Jackets here in the Ithaca Rowing Inlet Invite. Don't go anywhere. We welcome you back to the Ithaca College in Cayuga Inlet Invite. Travis Conway joined in studio with Zoe Foster. And with the first slate of races done, we have a second fantastic slate of races coming up to you to take you through the next 2 hours. We're going to start off with the 1v8 with women's 1v8 with Ithaca and the University of Rochester. And Zoe, with that first slate of races, sorry. What are your thoughts so far?
You know, I thought that everyone put out their best, was really giving it their all. I would like to see what Ithaca can do against Rochester, having Rochester sitting a little closer to their time of 7:11 with Ithaca at a 7:08. So we're going to see a much closer race here, and we will see what they put out.
Yeah, and you're talking about, as we've gone through one races, we've already gotten to see the different. We've already gotten to see the these different teams go at it head to head, as you mentioned, 7:08 to 7:11. That's a very close margin. That would be the closest one we've seen so far between two boats. So it'd be really interesting to see as they go. As we've already kind of going underneath the first pedestrian bridge between Ithaca and Rochester. Ithaca in lane 2 with the classic yellow hats, and Rochester in lane 3. Looking at now the Ithaca lineups for this 1v8, we have really talented squads for sure. We have Cox, Peyton Fish, Emma Thorne, Alex Caitlin, Emmeline Robinson, Nora Stewart, Samantha Gallagher, Kyle Linke, Julia DeCascanzo, and Hope Oliveira. So very talented. Now, while we're talking about the Ithaca team, we have Zoe Foster right here, as we've been talking about so far today, that you are an alumni and a former coxswain for the Ithaca College Bombers. You were on that men's team as their coxswain. So you just unbelievably talented. You have photos right there of you, of your time in college.
Yes, and that's probably one of the only photos that I have of my face in the boat. They're all usually of the back of my head. Here we see one. You can kind of see me there, but that's my crew. Really, this is from when we won states against Army. Army was the reigning champ, and we finally broke through. This was at Head of the Charles. Fabulous race there coming under Elliott Bridge. Just a fabulous time on the men's team. Love my guys. Love the whole team. It's just been so fun, and I'm so glad to be back.
Yeah, and as right before we came back, you should get a chance to catch up with former roommate and someone else who was on that team. Do you have any stories that really stuck out about your time on the team?
Oh man, one of my favorite things that we do as a team is go down to Georgia for spring training. I know the men didn't go down there this year, just the women, but that's because they're looking to go to California for nationals. But really going down to Georgia for that spring training was such a good camaraderie, team building event, and really was the start of our spring season. It was so nice to finally get back on the water, get somewhere a little bit warmer than Ithaca, and see what all our winter training had done for us on the water. So that was probably my favorite part of the team, as well as just getting to be on the lake or the inlet every single day. Not everyone who comes to Ithaca gets that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming through that first set of car bridges, you're seeing these two neck and neck. This is two teams who are very evenly matched through that first race. And you're seeing it right now. It looks like Rochester has a slight lead. So as they're coming through that third bridge, what are you seeing that you've liked so far?
I like how much contact they have. They're in contact, they're neck and neck. It's looking like they're around a similar stroke rate with both of them, pushing away from their puddles. Really great lines from both these coxswains, keeping it nice and straight. Let's see as they come out from under this bridge. Ooh, looks like our Rochester has maybe a half-seat lead. Really hard to tell here, but they are fighting for it.
Yeah, and in getting some comments from Rochester's coach, Ethan Curran, one of the things that he really wanted to shout out was his team captains and how unbelievably talented they are and how important they are to this squad. And the most important thing for this team has been making the work fun. And as someone who rowed, like how important is it to make sure you're having fun while also doing this work?
Oh, it's so important. Rowing can be a very repetitive sport. You're doing the same motion over and over and over and over again. So you really have to find pleasure in the pain, and you have to find that camaraderie with your team and know that you're not taking strokes just for yourself, but for everybody else in that boat, and that you're making a difference every time you take a stroke. And you do have to have fun with it. You have to have fun calls. Your coxswain needs to make you laugh sometimes, or it just gets so repetitive it can be very daunting, especially when you're looking down a course that's 2,000, 5,000 meters long.
Yeah. And as we're passing the 1,500 meter mark, you're seeing Ithaca slowly start to pull ahead. As would you say that's a 2-3 seat? You would be able to gauge this
I'd
better.
give that 2 to 3 seat lead over Rochester. Good job. Looks like they're starting to pick up a bit through that 500. This is when they're going to start thinking about that sprint. If for me as a coxswain, I was kind of notorious for calling an early sprint. My guys hated it, but hey, did the job. And right here, I'd be looking to get some fire under the butts of my rowers and start to prepare them to leave it all out on the water for that last 250 meters. You can see they're starting to pick up their rate just a bit. Rochester starting to respond a little bit, but Ithaca starting to gain another seat, pulling ahead. Right now, through their minds, they're probably thinking, oh my God, we have to go. Because one mess up here and Rochester could overtake them. They're sitting really pretty with about a 4-seat advantage on them. But in the sport of rowing, you catch a crab, something happens, people can overtake you. So Ithaca just needs to stay calm, collected, and fierce.
Yeah. Now, as we're coming towards the end of this, I have a question about being so close, and like how is that different when the boats are so close to each other, like distance wise? How does that affect the mindset or really the rowing motion, as Ithaca is going to hit this finish point first, compared to like when there's kind of a larger gap?
Larger gap, you can kind of get into your own head. If you're in a larger gap and you're ahead, you kind of get comfortable. You get very comfortable, and if you're in the back in a larger gap, you get a little defeated. That's natural.
Yeah.
When it's a closer race and you have contact with the boat and winning is on the line, your cortisol level is going to spike up. That anxiety and just like almost like our fear response is going to come through. So it's so important that you're able to maintain composure in those moments and stay calm, even when that cortisol is through the roof and the stakes are high.
All right, and coming up now for the second women's 1V, we have RIT and the William Smith Herons trying to make final preparations. Looking at RIT, that is Cox Claire Schwenk, Jessica Hall, Maddie Bronson, Meg Provo, Claire O'Farrell, Anna DeJohn, Sarah Polek, Clarence LaChance, and Ellen Shepard. A very talented team for RIT. Looking at their 1V time, it was 7:14.1.2 underneath Ithaca's initial time. For William Smith, they had a sub-7 time.
Yes, they did.
And that was very impressive. Looking at what that roster was for William Smith in the women's 1V, I don't know if it's the same now. We have Cox Livy Whitney, Lena Darius, Kate Abdullah, Cheyenne Muldowney, Eden Grimm, Leah Wise, Elena Wayan, Aubrey Ryan, and Megan Bartholomew. And it looked like here a fast stroke rate for the Herons.
Yeah, nice quick start off there. What you're going to see for these starts for the 2Ks, when they come off the line, that stroke rate is going to be nice and high. Super high stroke rate, trying to get that momentum built. And then as they get through their start, they're going to start to lengthen out. You'll see that their back will open up a little bit more. They'll get more length through the stroke and really try to push that momentum through, because you're not going to be able to hold a super high stroke rate like in the high 30s, 40s for the whole race. So that's really just to get you going off the line, so then you can lengthen out and carry that momentum.
Is stroke rate like by per minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like a beats per minute, strokes per minute. And like you pointed out earlier, that coxswain with the Cox box that we call it, that device, or even some of them have speed coaches or a stroke coach, that's what's going to give you that feedback. There's actually a sensor underneath the seat of your 8 or stroke seat that's relaying to that device to the coxswain, and then the coxswain can then tell the crew that data.
Awesome. The sport's just so learning more, and you're seeing, wow, William Smith had that on initial times, has that 16-second gap, and you're seeing it right here as they're pulling ahead very quickly. And
oh yeah, about a boat length of distance there.
Yeah.
Opening it up even more.
Yeah. And Hobart and William Smith, just another talented athletic school. Hobart, talking about them for a second, men's ice hockey Division III championship, just lost actually last week in the championship. Would have gone 4 straight, but an unfortunate end to their season. William Smith, you know them as women's soccer powerhouse. That's where I know them as. Even in a down season that last season was, it's still a team that you can never count out. And I think they still made the NCAA tournament. And you're seeing, as you've mentioned, William Smith is just also in rowing, such a well-known, respected program.
Oh yeah, Hobart's rowing as well. I mean, I still have nightmares about the races against Hobart. We had won really close Liberty Leagues with them when they were still considered D3 Liberty League my senior year, and just being just there to beat Liberty League against Hobart. Oh man, I still kind of want revenge with that one. Not gonna lie. But they're fabulous competitors, fabulous team. Again, a team with depth, and there's a lot to learn from watching them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sticking on my train of just random fun facts, Hobart Division I in lacrosse, men's lacrosse. They're D1. I think they're in the America East Conference. So, interesting little tidbit right there. As it's always interesting to see kind of the cross division schools, you know.
Yeah.
I think Hobart kind of lesser known, because when you think of D3 schools that are D1, you think A10. Sorry, they're in the Atlantic 10, but you think John Hopkins, D3, but Big Ten lacrosse, and then you also have RIT, another D3 school, D1 men's hockey. And we're now going to send it down to the shoreline where our own Andrew Roberts is there. Andrew.
Here at the Boatyard Grill, this is a great spot where a lot of parents are able to watch this race. Yeah, Boatyard Grill, often known for their lunches, their dinners, but today this is prime viewing point for this Ithaca Inlet invite. And you've got Bomber parents here, you've got William Smith, Williams, pretty much every college that's competing in this race has people watching from this spot. It's the place to be on this Saturday afternoon. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Andrew. If you can get me a sirloin there with no onions and some mashed potatoes, I would really appreciate it.
I'll take the shrimp.
That's a good one. The shrimp and lobster mac and cheese is really good.
You read my mind.
We are giving them so much promotion. William Smith, that lead has just grown further and further. That just really just shows how talented they are.
Oh yeah, you can see here, this is a great shot. If you look at their blades, you can see all their blades coming in at the same time, entering the water the same time. Nice little backsplash there, meaning that they're backing those blades in, not losing an inch of water, and really pushing through their foot plate as they go through the drive of the stroke. Looking beautiful, as well as their composure and their posture. They're all sitting up, nice swing in their hips, really getting that momentum throughout the whole drive.
And they're just cruising through this course as they've made it past the 1500. With honestly a chance they might go sub-6 here.
I know, and here comes RIT. You can see not quite the same stroke rate as William Smith, but they're still putting their all in. You can see their 4-seat there really swinging, trying to get that momentum all the way through to bow. And you know, their power may just not be translating the same as William Smith is.
Yeah.
But they're still putting it all out on the water here.
And looking at wow, what they're called just left. But you see how they can you talk about like kind of the strategy and like holding them so they go in kind of straight and then you kind of lift them up.
Yeah, so that front of the stroke, what we call the catch, when they're completely compressed and their blade is going into the water, that's the catch. And there, you want to try to get your blade directly in, nice and perpendicular to the water, what we call backing the blade in so you're not missing any water as you enter. And then as you push through the drive, you're starting with your legs, swinging through the hips, and ending the stroke, pulling your arms into your chest. As that blade comes back out, you're going to feather the blade or flip the blade from being perpendicular to the water to parallel to bring that blade back over on the recovery. And William Smith is just doing such a lovely job being efficient all the way throughout the stroke. RIT looked like they were struggling a little bit with getting that timing and rhythm between their drive and their recovery. I.e. the drive being the portion where the blade's in the water, the recovery being the portion where the blade is out. Just looks a little bit more frantic than William Smith.
Yeah, and William Smith was another looks like sub-7 time, so very talented, very fast right there. And RIT looking around, we'll say 7:13, 7:12 right there.
Still a great race.
Absolutely.
Still great racing from RIT. You know, just William Smith just had a little bit more efficiency there.
Yeah. And coming up, we got the men's 1V between Ithaca and RIT. Ithaca's 1V time was 6 minutes 12 seconds. RIT's 6:34. So bit of a gap right there.
Bit of a gap, but you know, RIT is also one of those teams that has really good resilience, really good bounce back. So I think this is going to be a good race. This is our historic rivalry, so we'll see what happens.
And we're now going to send it down to Andrew on the shoreline with the parent, Andrew.
Thanks, guys. Actually here with two William Smith parents, mothers of Megan Bartholomew and Kate Abdallah. And you just got to see William Smith with a big win in that first race of the second piece. How was it watching from the Boatyard Grill?
Oh, it was so amazing. They were right here, and hopefully they heard us cheering really loud.
Yes, they really have been working really hard, and so we're so proud of them. And when I asked them last race, they said that they were so locked in and just focused on winning the race.
Yes, definitely, and the results have shown William Smith winning both of their races today, at least on the 1v8 boat. So what was that? What was the difference sort of watching that first race getting going for the day versus the second one seemed to really be in their groove?
Yeah, I think they just got really comfortable, and the conditions are great today, and so it was just really nice to see them work so well together as a team.
Yes, and I know the first race they were really neck and neck at the beginning, and they thought, oh wow, we're really going to have to pull ahead. So I think this time they went into the second race saying, like, off the bat, they have to make sure they really get out there ahead.
Yeah, do you think that chemistry looked better in the second race?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, right from the start, they just looked really well together. Looked good.
I think so, but I have to say I'm not the expert on rowing, so my other daughter can tell you what, you know, she's like, oh, they have too much rush in their boat, they have this. For me, I'm just want to make them have a good across the finish line.
Well, great to see your wins here. Guys, back to you in the booth.
Thank you so much, Andrew, as we're getting underway with the men's 1v8 between the Ithaca College Bombers and the RIT Tigers, and both coming out strong.
Yeah, nice quick start from both crews. You can see Ithaca up a bit. Looked like RIT was rushing a little bit on that start. That can cause some check in the boat, what we call check, meaning that the boat actually goes backwards a little bit if you move up that slide a little too aggressively. Ithaca really opening it up now. I know that they're hungry for some revenge here. They had a little bit of a boat issue in the past race, so they're looking to make up some time here.
Now, lineups coming up now for Ithaca and RIT. Looking at the Bombers, they have Cox, Jake Patterson, Reese Peloton, Andrew Cheeley, Bryce Wilston, Liam Baker, Andrew Coit, Liam Dickey, Marshall Adams, and Nico Greenberg at the bow. And for the RIT Tigers, we have Cox, Julia Gill, Sam Ferreira, Sam Collier, Sam Squared Stern pair, Aaron Ryder, Tom Kirkham, Nick Ricotta, Riley McMichael, Emmett Christensen, and Nick Staley at the bow.
Looking great. Looks like the Bombers have about a half-length lead on them, no overlap, and they're keeping their momentum.
And they're gaining with every stroke just a little further.
Now you can see how nicely most of them are sitting up, heads are forward, and how nicely each and every one of their blades are going into the water at the same time. They've got a good amount of backsplash, meaning that they're not missing any water, and that bowman is doing a great job carrying the momentum and rhythm from stroke all the way through to bow. And they just keep opening it up.
It's so great to have someone with such great expert analysis who like just understands the game, the races, and like the mechanics better. Because like this is the thing you have to like make sure they're not falling completely out of line. That's what you did. Make sure we're in rhythm, and this is what we have to do to win.
Yes, and I'm excited to see what Jake does with this line through these bridges. See if they take a slingshot through this slight turn. They do have that advantage, so they should be able to open up that lead even more.
Just making it now through
that 1K.
Yeah.
RIT coming up. They got a little close to shore there right before the bridges. I saw the coxswain have to do a little bit of a check, a critique of their line. And it looks like they're now kind of overcorrecting to come back to the middle, but they're getting a nice straight line now. And Ithaca just pulling away.
Yeah, Ithaca just fully in control.
And now they're coming up to Boatyard Grill. They're going to get some nice big screams and yells from their supporters here. I remember my time on this course. That was always my favorite part. Getting to hear your supporters yelling for you, and even those against you, just kind of revs you up.
Absolutely. And that's kind of the importance of going to events for students, families, faculty, as we've seen, professors here, and even other athletes. I think there's something so good about having a camaraderie between your athletes. I mean, we've seen throughout this race, you'll see an athlete kind of pop up behind. We've seen some basketball players by the finish line, football players here, lacrosse, field hockey, so all over the place as they're getting to the 1,500 meter mark.
1,500 looking strong still.
And that gap just continues to grow for the Bombers.
They're hungry today.
And you mentioned the little boat malfunction earlier. Can you kind of explain what it was that went wrong? And
yeah, so they actually ended up having to switch boats because the skeg of one of their boats broke off. You can think of the skeg as like the extension of the rudder. The rudder is the part that actually steers the boat, and then the skeg kind of gives you that balance and gives you the tracking of the steering. It's like a fin on the underside of the boat. So there was a submerged log that they hit and tore the skeg off, and they had to come back, get in a completely new boat, and do the best they could with an equipment malfunction. So now to be back in their boat, to kind of like have that fire under their butts of like, we're not going to let that happen again, and just go for it, is really great to see. Sometimes an equipment malfunction can actually be the best thing for you to really get you going.
Yeah.
Obviously, we never want equipment to fail on us or break, but sometimes that can be a motivator.
Yeah, and I mean you're seeing just how much more hungry they seem now. They're more comfortable. They're in something, the boat that they're more familiar with, I guess. And even that familiarity difference of using all the equipment, but having one that you just this is the one you use, as that's going to be sub 6'10", almost like 6'8".
Oh, beautiful.
Like you see the difference it makes.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And just staying hungry and wanting to improve is so important. And you can see that with the Ithaca crew. They're, like Reese said in his interview, they were going to talk. They're full of resilience, right? So they made those changes, and those changes came through today.
As RIT comes on through around the 6:30 mark. As coming up next, we're going to have another men's 1v8 between Williams and Marietta, but first we do have some results from the women's 1v. We have the Bombers with a 3-second about gap between the Yellow Jackets, 6:58.63 for Ithaca and 7:01.11 for the Yellow Jackets. For the RIT William Smith rates, that was all Herons for the entirety of the race. And it was great to see right now William Smith 6:54.1 and RIT 7:14.9, almost 20-second gap between the two. It's been great to see how well coached and how great the depth is, as Williams and Marietta off to the race. Another race that we wanted to see. Looking at the Williams lineup really quickly, for Williams, you've seen such a fantastic team. And Williams Marietta just neck and neck. Looking at the Williams boat, we have Coxwell Karina Sun, Kyle McHugh, Quinn Carroll, Will Densmore, Jack Archer, Noah Peters, Jack Wagner, Meyer Liebman, and Michael Lestrang. They're going to be in lane 2. And for Marietta, we have Cox Bryce West, Jake Salvo, Jackson Roca, The Horse, Ben Harper, Nick Pachette, Rowan Schlude, Kyle Rucker, Nick Sarno, and Alex Cathcart. And it's looking like, so far, Williams starting to pull ahead against Marietta.
Yes, and if we look at their results from the first round of racing, Williams was sitting at a 5:58 with Marietta at a 6:10.7. We will see what kind of time they put down now. Marietta probably right now looking to keep contact and really push themselves to break that 6:10 and go even faster on here, challenging themselves with Williams.
Yeah. And Marietta keeping it close, not a insurmountable gap. It kind of like bow to stern almost.
Absolutely, and you use that beautifully. Bow to stern.
I have minimal experience with boats. I feel like my godfather would be a little disappointed that I'm struggling with the boat terminology. Man owns a maritime school. I don't know anything about boats.
All right, as they come under these bridges, let's see what happens with that slight advantage to lane 2. See if they can pull ahead, or if Marietta can hold them off and gain some ground.
And that bike cam right now, working hard. The crew all around just been so fantastic with the camera work, with the technical work. All of them, from Justin Antonucci, Romeo, Jack, Nick, everybody, Christian, Nathan, Sophia, just so many talented and amazing people on our crew making this and being able to bring this broadcast together as Williams pulls ahead more and more.
Got about a boat length on Marietta right now as they come through that last bridge.
And Marietta's kind of drifting to the right a little bit, trying to straighten out right now.
Yeah, and this shoreline can be a bit not bamboozling, but a little bit misleading because this shoreline isn't exactly straight with the water. Like I said, if you're not used to making those really tiny micro adjustments, it can really throw you off.
And you're just seeing that Williams domination. That's that sub-6. That's a team that went sub-6.
And you can just see how they swing through all together. Like, look at the position of their shoulders as they approach the catch here and swing all the way to bow. You can see they're one unit moving all together.
Do you have the coxswain also have to like kind of adjust to your body to help the momentum of the boat, or are you still just kind of, can you just kind of sit still?
You're trying your best to sit as still as possible and not lean to either side. You're trying to keep your weight nice and centered so that you're not influencing the balance of the boat. Now you can see how small that coxswain seat is here. It's a pretty tiny space. So you don't have a lot of room to move around. But, you know, like I said, those micro adjustments make a big difference.
And Mary Williams' gap getting larger and larger as they make it past that Ithaca boat on the top left corner of your screen.
We're past that 5-minute mark into the last 500 of this race, well into the last 500. We'll see what kind of time they throw down here.
It feels like Williams is a team that kind of wants to go sprint towards the end, almost, as like throughout these races. It might be close through the first meter, and then they just
take
off towards the final stretch.
100%, and that's a good team that can keep a sprint. I mean, even when you have a lead like this, getting that sprinting technique down is so important. And look at that,
That's
right around a 5:49.
Yeah, almost 5:50, and that is absolutely spectacular. That's 8 seconds lower between their first time, and even for Mario, that's about 6 minutes. That's still a great improvement off of their first time. So both schools amazing through that second men's 1v8.
Yeah, it's fabulous to see how you can challenge yourself against another really good crew.
And we now have the results coming in from the first men's 1v between Ithaca and RIT. Ithaca, as we remember, won that one. Pretty sizable gap. You saw them with their boat backs, 6:10.3 and 6:36.3 for the Tigers. And having that boat back and having that confidence back and that drive to want to improve off that first race really makes a difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely. They dropped about 2 seconds on that, which doesn't seem like a lot, but can be the difference between winning and losing. To see that 2-second drop just in this short period of time between races is fabulous, and that just means that they were hungry, they knew they could do more, and I'm so excited to see where they go throughout the season after this race.
Yeah, and again, still early in the season. They have, if I'm not mistaken, 1 or 2 more races before Liberty Leagues, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, and we'll be covering, well, maybe not us, but our team will be covering those throughout the next couple of weekends. Just a fantastic team. Coming up, though, the women's 2V between Ithaca College and the University of Rochester. Those 2V times from the first one for Ithaca was 7:26.24 and Rochester 7:28.3. So very close in their first race time. So this could prove to be one of the closer races. And you said multiple times that you really enjoyed watching the 2Vs for the women's.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, the 2V race was wonderful for the women. I thought they just did such a lovely job, again, maintaining that composure and really just like putting down a solid time and putting their all out there on the water. I'm excited to see them against Rochester because those times are so close. I don't know about you, but like a close race is always a little bit more fun to watch because it gives you that, ooh, will they, won't they?
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that, and if they can give us some good entertainment here, and give us a big reason to cheer for either team, whichever team that you're rooting for here. I know it's going to be close, and they're going to throw down.
And for Ithaca and Rochester, they're just two schools that know each other so well.
Oh yeah.
2 hours between the two of them, so one of the closer distances, conference rivals. If we're looking at other sports, ran into each other in the Liberty League softball championships last season. That was a great performance for both teams, great season for both teams, always two teams that you're always expecting to be near the top. Field hockey also ran into each other in the Liberty League tournament, if I'm not mistaken, and even in lacrosse, these are two teams that when they run into each other, you know you're going to get a great game.
Man, I need to broaden my sports horizon.
I've tried a lot more than I feel like in past times to be able to just kind of be like, this is what this team's up to and this is what that team's up to. I'm still a little shaky on some. This is why we're broadening on rowing. Did wrestling earlier this year. I got to see that sport in action. That's a great sport.
Yeah, men's and women's.
Men's and women's, yes,
Nice.
Great sports. It's also great to see Ithaca newest varsity sport,
Yeah,
women's
newest
wrestling.
varsity
So that was a fun one to watch, and gymnastics. Gymnastics is I gotta watch it more than the Olympics. That's really what I learned. I was like, I'm sitting here with my friend. We're acting like we know. Like after an hour, we're like, I'm just saying that can't possibly be a 9-8. That's too easy of a start, you know. It's like I'm saying that as if I could do any of what they just did.
Yeah, right. I struggle to leap from the road to the curb, and they're landing flips on a beam.
Yeah.
It's crazy what they do.
It's like watching the Olympics and you're like critiquing the figure skaters, and it's like, you
we
can't.
just talked about we can't even skate.
Can't even skate. That's not a 9-7. What are you talking about? We're going to send it now down to the shoreline with the third member of our crew, Andrew Roberts. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. We're back at the Ithaca Boathouse as the Ithaca women's second varsity 8 gets set to face Rochester. Now, it's been a bit of a struggle for Rochester in this event so far today, but looking to bounce back in this race. One key piece missing from the last few years is Avery Alperin, who is the lead coxswain for the women's first varsity 8 boat at all 4 Liberty League championships the last 4 years, as well as the head of the Charles. Led them to 4 straight top 5 finishes in Liberty Leagues and 13th place ahead of the Charles as well. So it's been Michaela Moonier taking over as that top coxswain today. Some of that depth moving up in the coxswain lineup as well. But when it comes down to it for Rochester, making that adjustment to a new person calling the shots on the boat is making things a little bit difficult in today's race. But they're looking to rebound in this second varsity 8 race today. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. As we get closer to this Rochester and IC race, Rochester already lined up. We have Cox, Aisha LeMay, Caitlin Wilmarth, Sabrina Butori Valdivia, Elizabeth Carlton, Rachel Ruminer, Marin Ivers, Natalie Dundas, Lillian Zillow, and at bow, Hayes Keith.
And like he said, it can be a bit of a struggle when you get a new coxswain in the boat. It's just like having a new coach. You're learning their style, you're learning how they call things, and they're learning you. They're learning about you, what kinds of calls you like, what kinds of motivation really gets you going. So there can be a struggle there in the beginning, just trying to figure each other out.
Yeah, and as Ithaca gets to the start, we have the Ithaca 2V lineup: Sarah Charabi, hopefully, as I'm pronouncing that right, as Cox, Kate March, Macy Sagas, Jasmine Valley, Melanie Heim, Claire Edwards, Lauren Huber, CJ Owen, and Emily Murphy. And let's give a quick shout out to Melanie Heim, the senior, in the final race on the Cayuga Inlet for her. And just a talented, a commendable college career in both athletics and academics and the things she's accomplished.
That's awesome. I remember my last race down the inlet, and oh man, it was something special.
Melanie, as we mentioned earlier, is the ICTV sports director and is just one of the most talented people I've gotten to work with at Ithaca College in the 2 years I've been involved with ICTV, as they're off to start. And it's looking to be a good one. We mentioned their time differences for the two of them throughout their first 2Vs. It's just over 2-second difference. And as we mentioned earlier, those 2 seconds that Ithaca 1V for the men's shaved off can be the difference maker. And it might be the difference maker here as they're neck and neck through the start.
Yeah, quick starts from both crews here, trying to get off. Looked like there was a slight adjustment from one of the coxswains on their line, but they're nice and straight now. Looks like Rochester is taking has taken maybe a seat here on the beginning. Looking like their stroke rates are about on par with each other. Ithaca is going to look to fire it up here and keep contact and hopefully start to inch back and respond to this quick lead from Rochester.
Yeah, and they're really pulling ahead at the start. Ithaca seems like they're kind of going. If I had to guess here, they want to kind of go more power in the final stretch, you know?
Yeah, you want to set the tone early, though.
Yeah.
You really want to set the tone, get into a good rhythm, something that you can hold for about 1,500 meters. Then when you get into that last 500, it's time to ramp it up.
And it kind of looks like Ithaca's starting to gain ground. They're kind of, I can't tell because as you mentioned, these shorelines make it a little more difficult to kind of tell, but it kind of looked like Ithaca was kind of going to the left as you see in the background, the Ithaca College Towers peeking out with the Ithaca women. That's a great shot right there. And Ithaca just trying to gain ground. Looking at the bow seats, if I'm correct, the seat closest to the Cox's bow, is that stern?
That is stern.
Oh, dude, floundering crazy right now.
So on the left side of your screen is going to be your bow. Stern is going to be on the right side, right in front of the coxswain.
Yeah. Giving a shout out to CJ Owen. CJ and I kind of go a little back. Went to rival high schools in Northern Virginia. I went to Woodson, CJ went to Fairfax, and we knew each other, out of all things, not from rowing, from improv. We both did improv together. And CJ, just a talented in so many things, talented in rowing, as you can see right now, on Ithaca's rowing team, and also a very talented actor, which I guess if CJ doesn't tell you that, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know how talented they are.
Looking like some nice connection in the Ithaca boat. Really just need to get that momentum going. Rochester pulling away. There's some bow to stern overlap, but Rochester's probably right now looking to open that up and gain some open water on Ithaca.
You know, Rochester's lead growing more and more with every step, every stroke. But we're coming up to that point in the race under these bridges with that slight angle change. We'll see what Ithaca does with this. Like the 1V did in our first round, this is about where they bounced back. Yeah.
So there is still time in this race for Ithaca to make a move.
And Ithaca kind of coming closer to the buoy right now.
Yep, holding a straight line, starting to make that turn.
They're passing the Cayuga Medical Building, and I'm pretty sure that large bike running next to them is our bike camera crew right there. So look at them. Yeah, there they are, right there, keeping up with that boat. Whoever's pedaling, I don't know who's currently pedaling at the moment, but they are pedaling hard to keep up. So
Rochester's got some open water on Ithaca here, but like I said, still a long race, still time. If Ithaca decides to make a move, we'll see what happens as they come into this into the 1,500 mark.
And Rochester maintaining that lead. Ithaca gonna need a sprint here. But hey, that's Rochester. That's looking all Rochester right now. Coming around Boatyard Grill.
They're gonna start to get some screams, yells of encouragement from the sideline here, and like I said, that can really make a difference, really rev you up, get your motor going.
They're passing the Coast Guard Auxiliary Building right now, as Rochester and Ithaca looking like they're starting to gain some ground.
Looking like they are. It looks like they started to make a bit of a move, maybe brought that stroke rate up a beat or two. Hard to say without that data. And you can hear that big scream they're getting now. I'm sure that has to feel good, especially at this point in the race, passing that 1,500-meter mark. They're really going to be in the pain cave here, so that can make a big difference, get you to refocus, stop thinking about how bad your legs hurt and how much you want to win.
Ithaca trying to gain something as the fans are loud. Let's Go Bombs roaring through, trying to push that boat to make up that ground.
It's always a great day to be a Bomber, and even better when you hear other people cheering you on.
Yeah, the fans loud, loyal there, and just a great environment to have fans who are so supportive. And it's one of the best parts about the fans at Ithaca is just how much they care about their teams and care about their players.
100%.
I was in New York City, and I had a 30-minute conversation with some guy about the Ithaca College men's basketball team. So, there are loyal, committed fans on every sport. And Rochester, though, keeping that lead, the Bombers
starting to inch back just a bit. It looked like that little move that they made around that 1,500-meter mark did make a difference.
Yeah.
They gained a little bit of ground back, but at this point in the race, something big is going to have to happen if Ithaca is looking to win. But Rochester, hats off to them, getting that early lead, maintaining, growing, and still fighting for it.
As they come to the finish line, almost there. And Rochester's going to cross at around 7:19. Ithaca not following too far behind. And the Yellow Jackets, another great performance out of them. And though Ithaca had a faster time in the first race, Rochester turns it around.
Yeah, they did. And that's the exciting thing about rowing is that you can't always go off of those first times. Stuff changes, people's mentality changes, equipment changes, and it keeps you on your toes.
Now we'll have the next women's 2V coming, but first we got to send it back to the shoreline to the third member of our crew, Andrew Roberts. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Bryce Williston, helped lead Ithaca's first varsity 8 on the men's side to a win over RIT. The loss to Williams College earlier, what did you do sort of in between those races to help the team bounce back?
Well, for one, we had a brand new boat before Williams. We ended up losing our skeg, which was a little tough, but we just talked about staying calm, finding ourselves and finding each other, and just executing, having fun while doing it too.
Yeah, definitely. How's that team chemistry sort of supported you guys in the water?
Oh, it's been great. It's been great. We're a great group of guys. We love to have fun. We love to work hard, but we're all friends at the end of the day. We're all really good friends. So just keeping the friendship in the boat. Friendship is the freest speed. So having fun and just, like I said, just having fun and being friends together really always helps.
Yeah, fair enough. And playing against a Liberty League opponent here in RIT in this second race, how's that boost your confidence headed into the Liberty League championships this coming May?
It helps, but we don't use other teams to measure. We use ourselves. We like to think we can only control what we can control. And the Liberty League's a good competition, but we're excited for May 1st.
All right, thank you so much, Bryce. We'll send it right back to the booth with Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And yeah, I mean, you saw really, kind of the difference that made. As we're getting set for women's 2v8, do you have?
I just wanted to shout out Bryce there. I think that's a very admirable take and something that more people need to think about, of measuring your success based upon yourself and not other teams, because you cannot control what the other teams are doing. You can only control what you're doing in that moment.
Yeah, as we have the RIT lineups for the 2v8s, we have Cox, Maddie Mesa, Julia Callahan, Aaron Cora, Abby Desser, Maeve McNamara, Jolene Ortega, Ali Vandelinda, Ella Byers, and Ryan Schouten at bow. And for the William Smith Herons, it's going to be Cox, Mimi Greco, Liv Helms, Lily Luffander, Nora Smith, Ainsley Kimball, Paige Barnhart, Alessandra Gianelli, Ollie Sainsbury, and Lily Keefe. And their boat named the Spirit of 97.
Great start from both crews here. I don't think we've seen a bad start from any of the
No.
in any of the races here, which is fabulous to see. Nice and fast, getting those blades in nice and quick. As we come up on that 1 minute mark in the race, this is about the time that it kind of finally hits you that you're in the race, I'd say, after that sprint and you've settled into your pace. This is when that lactic acid starts to burn and you have to make that decision to keep pushing and lock in for the remaining however many meters you have left. Both teams doing a great job putting up a fight. Looks like William Smith has a bit of a lead on Rochester. Rochester's still fighting, maintaining contact, but William Smith starting to pull ahead. You can see the bow ball of Rochester about on their 6th seat. And if you watch the bow ball of Rochester as William Smith moves, you can see it move back. So now we're on that 7th seat, and they're looking to gain one more seat, moving it to stroke seat. And if I were that coxswain right now, I would be using that as a motivating factor.
William Smith pulling ahead's been strong all day. And they're keeping that foot on the gas as they go through this first part of this 2V. And looking at 97 for the William Smith Herons rowing team, first time they made it to the NCAA championships. That was their first ever appearance in 1997. Would actually go on to make 4 consecutive from 97 to 2000. So very talented. Ithaca's first NCAA championship NCAA championship match, I guess, like finals appearance would have been, if I'm correct, 2003, and the first one in 2004, their win. So both very talented squads.
With a long storied
history.
William Smith just looking so strong here. Again, moving as that unit. I know that I've been saying that a lot, but at the end of the day, that's what rowing is about, moving together and trusting each other. They're getting a big shout out here. That's got to feel good, and they just keep pulling away.
The Herons just such a well-coached squad and such a well-oiled machine in the way they're moving.
And as we come under that bridge, it's looking like they are going to continue to hold that pace and move through, get that advantage over RIT as RIT moves in. RIT is going to need to keep that line nice and tight to stay close to William Smith.
And William Smith making it to that 1 meter point, flying through it. 3:25 at the halfway point. And there's something so great for Hobart William Smith colleges and Ithaca College being so close. They're an hour apart. So you can go to these events on no matter where they are. If they're, I mean, for William Smith and the schools they row against the most, Rochester's an hour away. Ithaca's an hour south. You can go to both. And I think it's so important as like to be on a team and have supporters who can go to multiple events because they're so close. And that's kind of the importance, I feel like, of regional-based conferences.
Oh yeah, access is so important, and being able to access those opponents and get that exposure is so important. I grew up rowing in Utah where we'd have to drive at least 7 hours to get to a regatta, and so we didn't go to very many regattas. It was very time-intensive, very cost-intensive, and so we didn't get the same type of exposure as you do here in the Northeast, in the New England area, anything like that. So it was so nice to come to a school that has those rivalries that are within an hour.
Yeah. William Smith looking fantastic, coming up towards Boatyard, the Boatyard Grill, and passing the Coast Guard building.
They haven't lost a beat.
Not at all. Reminder for the women's 2V's time in the first one, William Smith went 7:14.9. And they're just about at the 1,500 meter mark, if they haven't already passed it.
Right about to get to it. Yeah.
There we go.
We'll see those orange buoys here.
There it is.
There it is.
And there are the crowd. That's the fans. Giving that extra push you need for the last 500.
And here's RIT still swinging together, working hard to make up some ground. You can see they've got a bit of a wobble in their boat. Their balance isn't perfect. They've got a little bit of a wobble, but they're also pushing down hard on their foot plate and really, really pushing through that drive.
Coming up to around the 6-minute mark, the Tigers still pushing hard, still playing with their hearts right now, and that's really the most important thing.
You can just see their stroke seat here, missing a little bit of water at the end of their drive. Their blades coming out a little bit early. That's going to cause a little bit of a lack of momentum because they're not getting pressure through the entire drive. But regardless of that, they're still putting their heart out there, and they're pressing against their foot plate hard.
And you can just see that gap between William Smith and RIT from this drone cam. Shout out to the Ithaca College Drone Squadron. Those guys are talented.
Oh, yeah. I saw one of them fly a drone inside the other day.
Ooh.
Very impressive.
Wow. Looks like they're pretty good at teaching people how to fly drones over there.
Oh, yeah. Don't give me the controller.
Oh,
that would be bad.
And it would be really bad if I had my hands on the drone. I had a drone once, crashed it onto the roof of my house, and I haven't seen it since. It's William Smith crossing the finish line around the 7:08 mark.
And RIT fighting all the way to the end here. We'll see what kind of time they put down.
William Smith just so amazing throughout the day. I don't think, if I'm correct here, I don't think they've lost a race yet.
No, I don't
across
think
any of
they
their
have.
boats. As RIT crosses the finish line, and we're quickly now going to send it down to the sideline, to the shoreline, actually, with Andrew Roberts. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Ben the Horse Harper from Marietta's rowing team. A 1-1 day for the first Varsity 8 squad. You're the 6th seat on that squad. A win over RIT, but a loss to Williams. How are you feeling after those two races?
I feel pretty good. I think we went out strong, tried our best, and had some good racing overall. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, definitely. And as a senior, this is your last year going through all these events. And here at the Cayuga Inlet, just year 2 here. And what was your experience like this year compared to the last time here in Ithaca?
I think this year, specifically, we've made a lot of steps. We have some freshmen stepping up a bunch, seniors going the fastest they've ever gone, juniors, sophomores picking up the team from the back, bringing it up front. Really enjoying how this spring is going so far, and I think this is just a stepping stone for the rest of our races going into championship season.
Yes, definitely. What are you looking forward to most about the rest of the season coming up?
I think we want to try to knock down some of our other top D3 opponents. Williams, we raced today. They're obviously going to be pretty fast, and I think this is a good benchmark point for us to step forward and try to take down Wesleyan, Trinity, Tufts, all those big guys.
Yeah, Williams has 5 teams of rowers going out there today. They had their 4 team beating somebody else's 3 team. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, they have a lot of depth on their team. It's something we're looking to get as well, so it's exciting.
Well, Ben, thank you so much. I'm sure that depth is going to continue to build, but for now, we're going to send it back to the booth with Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And we just got the results in from the second men's 1V between Williams and Marietta. Williams with a 5:51.7 and Marietta almost right on that 6-minute mark. A 9-second, 8-second difference between the two schools. And for this first women's 2V, we have results now from Ithaca and Rochester.
And just quickly with those Williams and Marietta, both those teams making significant improvement
Yes.
from that first race,
Absolutely.
showing that they really challenged each other here.
In the women's 2V, Rochester 7:21 and Ithaca 7:29.9.
Not quite as close as I would have thought it was going to be, but still great racing from both teams.
Absolutely.
Still challenging for both of them.
And as we wait for the result from the William Smith RIT race, next race, men 2V, we got another 3-boat race coming up. Ithaca in lane 1, RIT in lane 2, and Williams 4V and going to be in lane 3. And for the second women's 2V race, we have William Smith with a 7:12.9 and RIT with the 7:43. That's a 30-second difference, 29-second.
William Smith just took off and did not stop.
Yeah, unbelievable race right there for the 2V. And as we wait for the 1V, the men's 2V8 to start, Andrew and the horse, Ben Harper, mentioned Williams and how talented they are. Williams has the most NCAA Division III titles in women's rowing. That's women's rowing. That's rowing across the board. So 2002 was the first, right before Ithaca really came onto the scene with the 04-05 back-to-back. Colby snuck in at 2003. And then between 2006 and 2013, they did not win an NCAA championship.
Wow.
So very talented. Ithaca back-to-backs 04-05, and then William Smith and Marietta, both talented schools in their own right. So looks like rowing is dominated by New England. With the schools up there, Williams with 9, Bates with 5, Wellesley with 3, Tufts with 2, and Trinity and Colby both have 1. All of those New England schools. Ithaca, the only non-New England school to have ever won a national championship.
That's pretty impressive. Now, as they line up for this men's 2v8 race, I'd argue that this is the most difficult part of the race, is lining up on these stake boats. It's such a tricky thing to get the right amount of power to back yourself into the stake boat without hitting it, and then get your line to be nice and straight.
Now, looking at the lineups for the Ithaca College Bombers for this men's 2v8 race, we have Cox Knight Adkins, Max Detzer, Nolan Boswell, Tynan Fields, Leo Covello, Connor Brighton, Brody Hart, Henry Herbsberger, and Cameron Stanford at the bow. For the RIT Tigers, they have Cox Evelyn Wheels, Jared Witten, Gavin McLevain, David Griffith, Bryce Edge, Andrew Meyer, Joey Lazarus, Alex Phillips, and Leon Holman at the bow. And for the Williams 4V boat, they'll have Holly Miller at Cox, Murray Mazad, Vaughn Sanders, Winslow Winter, Neil Verma, Aiden Rolfe, Felix Diaz, Alex Farman Mayan, and Blaz Vazpetic. As you could hear the crowd getting excited for this next race. And
this will be fun, having 3 8s across. Now these coxswains, again, with any 3-boat race on this inlet, they're going to have to be on their P's and Q's to really keep that line nice and tight and keep the safety of the boat in mind.
I'm personally trying to figure out, we're actually switching races here between the 2:10 and the 2 o'clock. So men, we're going to have another men's 2V, but we're going to have a different set of, which explains my confusion for a second. It's going to be Marietta's 3V in lane 1, Williams 3V in lane 1, Marietta in lane 2, and Williams 2V in lane 3. So that's going to have 2 Williams boats in lane 1, lane 3, Marietta in the middle for this men's 2v8. Change of plans there for a second. Looking at, as they're off to the races really quickly, looking at the Williams roster for the, hold on. Looking at the Williams 2V, we have 3V Georgia Badenhope at Cox, Zach Cantrell, Simon Sokolow, Winslow Winterer, Soren Anderson Flynn, Halsey Sounder, Andrew Kurgan, Asher Rabinowitz, and Charlie Mayer for Williams in lane 1. For Marietta in lane 2, we have Connor Rothlander at Cox, Nick Simone, Nico Invernizzi, Grayson Frady, Ryan Campbell, Rowan Streaker, Thomas Hart, Story Ruffner, and Nick Passarella at Bow. And for Marietta's 2V, Emma Silk at the Cox, Travis Carroll, Luke Gilserain, Dalton Peters, Atlas Barnes, Justin Schoenfarber, Aiden Byer, Lucas Wu, and Aiden Spalacy Erkin at Bow. And Williams 2V boat off to the races in that far lane on the far side. Marietta keeping up, but you can see Williams 2V pulling away with every stroke, but Marietta keeping pace, and even still, Williams 3V also keeping pace with the rest of them.
Yep, we've got some overlap between Williams 3V and Marietta. Bow to stern here, bow seat sitting right about on the Cox of Marietta. And then Williams 2V just has still has some overlap with Marietta, but is looking to pull away here. We'll see what happens again at that slight angle change, see who takes advantage of that two-seat advantage. But it's looking like most of the Coxons have a pretty good line. Marietta in the middle seems like they're moving back and forth a little bit, trying to find that straight line down the course. But over in lane 1, Williams 3V, beautiful line from that Coxon, staying nice and straight.
Williams 2V in the far side in lane 3. You can just see how they're starting to pull ahead, and how that kind of struggle to find a straight line for Marietta might have kind of cost them some momentum there.
A little bit, and that middle lane can be a little bit tricky, as you don't really have like when you have a shoreline to go off of, you've got a little bit more landmark to work with, as opposed to being in the middle. You really have to look forward to that bridge to see where you're pointing, which can cause a little bit of issue if you're not used to this course. And looks like Williams 2V just rocketed around that turn. No advantage taken by that lane 1 and lane 2 on this race.
And there they are cruising right now past the Cayuga Medical Building. And the Williams 3V in lane 1 is catching up to Marietta.
100%. Looks like they've taken about 2 seats back, and they're looking to take more. You can just see how much momentum they're putting in at the catch and how they're prying through the drive. They've got some nice catch timing here.
And as a Cox, how difficult was it to kind of get your rowers to have be in sync with the catch timing?
You know, it really depends on the rowers. The rowers have to want it, and they have to be able to adapt. So I can yell at a rower to get their catch in faster till my face turns blue, but at the end of the day, they have to physically do it. And it's also on me to figure out what kind of language I need to use to get them to understand what they're doing right and what they're doing incorrectly. So it takes a lot. It's a two-way conversation. Yeah. So if what I'm saying isn't getting through to them, there's something that I need to change, and then there's also something that they need to change. So it takes hours upon hours of work to really get that catch timing perfectly, because we're all human. Yeah. There's human error, and to just keep working on that. That's the goal of every single practice, is to get those blades in at the same time all together. And you can see here with this Williams 2V how well they're swinging together. You can see the grimace on Six Seats face as they're pushing all of their weight onto that foot stretcher. As we pan back to these other 2 boats, you can see them working hard, especially that engine room of that Marietta crew really trying to catch up to that Williams 2V. But that Williams 2V just opening up, pushing through, and you can just see some really nice catch timing in that boat.
And it's great to see just how competitive Williams' 3v team is making this with Marietta. They are keeping pace with them, and it really feels like that. While Marietta feels like they have more power and speed, Williams has made less mistakes, which has allowed them to stay in it in lane 1.
Yes, and it looks like Williams 3V is really looking to make a move on that Marietta boat. They've gained about a seat back. Looks like they really want it. So as Williams 2V is all the way out, looks like they're going to take that win. It's really going to be a race for second here, and like I said, anything can change, anything can happen and change the name of the game. But right now, it's really going to come down to that sprint.
And they're gaining.
Oh, yeah.
Gaining. It's going to be close coming through this final edge. Marietta's going to stay about 3 seats ahead. But that's great racing by Williams' 3V right there.
Absolutely fabulous.
To stay in the hunt and almost, I mean, you can see as they're kind of coming there, they've kind of caught up. Like,
oh yeah,
like,
they took some seats back in that sprint.
Like just a little longer course, they probably catch up to them at the end. So that is great discipline by that team.
Oh yeah, and I do wonder when that coxswain called the sprint. At what point in time during that 500 did they call that sprint to see if they could make up some ground? I've been known to call a sprint early when we're neck and neck. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, but it looks like something was working for that Williams 3V.
Yeah, and we're gonna go back to the other men's 2V we were talking about earlier. Ithaca RIT and Williams is 4V. In theory, should be coming up next, and then after that, we're gonna have some races with some 4 boats. So, is that what they're called, 4 boats and 8 boats, or do they have like actual names?
So a rowing boat is actually called a shell.
So would it be?
You just call it an 8 or a 4.
An 8 and a 4.
People kind of drop off the boat or shell part, but technically the boat is called a shell, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah. 4 shell, 8 shell. Sounds like a Mario Kart item or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of overlap between Mario Kart and rowing.
Yeah, racing.
Yeah, you know, some logs can be those
stage
those
hazards
and hazards, and you know, sometimes like you get that little bit of that seat advantage that can be considered like a speed boost, and you make the right call, that can be like a nice little mushroom, and I could go on and on comparing rowing to Mario Kart. I love both those things.
Would it be a timeline where you could throw a banana at somebody and just make their boat spin out?
Oh, I wish. I wish. There's actually a race over in the UK called Bumps Race, where they actually try to hit each other.
Ooh.
And that's a pretty crazy race.
Yeah. We're going to send it down to the shoreline now, where Andrew Roberts is there. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with the assistant head coach of Williams men's rowing, Patrick Dent. Thank you so much, guys. I am here with Patrick Dent of Williams men's rowing. He's the assistant head coach. And Patrick, it's been a great day for Williams out on this inlet. And yeah, you guys consistently winning races. What was the mindset headed in here today?
And we're just trying to take good strokes. We don't get too caught up in the results, especially early on here. We just came off a long spring break training trip. We wanted to see what we could do, and I think we've been seeing good rowing so far, and hopefully some more good rowing coming up.
Yeah, thank you so much. And a lot of depth on this team. It's really been built up. Was talking about it a little earlier with some other guys here. How has that depth been built by this coaching staff? What was the process?
You got to give all the credit to the rowers. We have a wide range of skill levels. We have some guys in year 10 of rowing, some guys who never touched an oar until this September, and they all just work hard and push each other and learn from each other. And yeah, it's just a great group of guys who they bring pressure from the bottom, and everyone from the top to the bottom all try to get faster every day.
And Patrick, you mentioned those rowers. What are there any athletes in particular that you want to shout out here?
And I could shout them all out. Love to shout out our novice rowers. We have Winslow, Peter, Toby, and Jacob first 2K race of their lives was this morning. Second 2K race of their lives is coming up in a few minutes, and they're doing great. Really talented novice group, really just throwing themselves at it.
All right, thank you so much, Patrick. We will send it back to the booth. Williams with another win.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And yeah, looking at that, he gave a shout out to the novice rowers. And to be honest, if you had told me that that was their first 2K ever, I would not have believed that.
Yeah, they just had such great technique, and that's a shout out to the coach coaching that crew through with good technique, keeping them nice and consistent, and not just relying on off-water speed.
Yeah, they were in that they were going to be there. I think they were in that 3V, who I might be wrong, or they're racing right here in this 4V, which if they are racing this 4V, which I think it's actually more correct than what I said initially. I mean, they've looked really good, and you would not have. I mean, first ever 2K, and they came and they beat Rochester by 22 seconds.
Yeah, that's really impressive. They have to have a great novice program that's
Absolutely.
just cultivating such a good culture and such good technique.
Yeah. As we're waiting now on that next men's 2V race, we're going to have results from the first men's 2V race between Williams 3V Marietta and Williams' 2V. Williams' 2V win with a sub-6 time, 5.595. Marietta with a 6:12.2, and Williams 3V with a 6:13.9, a 1.7 second difference. And you saw Williams 3V really put their backs into it, really.
Oh yeah, they really gave it their all there, and that has to feel really good for that 3V to be on par with another team's 2V. I know that's not always how we measure success, but I mean, you take those good feelings where you can, and that must feel awesome.
Yeah, and just as you were just saying, they have to have a fantastic novice program to really be able to keep having such talented teams. I mean, you don't win 6 consecutive national championships without doing something right.
Oh yeah.
So, a very, very talented program. Is this Ithaca boat that's on the RT boat helping them kind of?
Yeah, it looks like they're helping them with some sort of rigger or oarlock issue, just from my limited view of it. And you know what? Sometimes that happens. Equipment breaks. A pop washer might pop off of the oarlock and mess up the height of the oarlock and stuff like that. And it also just goes to show how close all these teams are and how we all want everyone to do really well, and we're all helping each other out.
And really just kind of taking a second to talk about the city of Rochester. It's a great city. I haven't been back in a minute.
My aunt lives up there.
Your aunt lives in Rochester. Though they're not racing right now, they'll be in the men's 4 a little after. My cousin graduated from Rochester's med school.
Oh, congratulations to them.
That was probably the last time I was in Rochester, but I've heard great things. I've wanted to go back. And I've wanted to go to RIT's campus because they've always been a school that people talk about where I'm from. A lot of my friends went into engineering and computer science, and did any of them leave the state? No, but they all talked about RIT and RPI and all these other great engineering and technical schools up in central New York. And Rochester, I mean, kind of talked about how they're in 2 conferences and they're kind of in the Division III Ivy, so that's a fantastic school.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. I'd also like to check out the RIT campus. I've never been to it. My aunt lives outside Rochester, not in the city, and she's big into the Monroe Community College, I think it is up there, which has a beautiful campus. So I do wonder what RIT's is like.
I've seen photos. So photos only do it so much justice. I do think a lot of the colleges in central New York are stunning. Ithaca College has its view of the lake. We both know that view very well.
Oh, yeah.
And as much as I've heard people critique the buildings, I am an ardent defender of the Hill Center
Oh yeah, Hill Center till I die.
Hill Center, and yes, it does not match standing next to Gannett and Whalen, but that does not matter. It is a great building, and I think they need to bring back the bowling alley that was in the Hill Center.
Oh, Hill Center room 107. Shout out that classroom. Best classroom view on campus.
Is that where the...
That's the big one across from the court.
Yes.
That looks straight out at the lake.
Oh.
I'd always study in there when there weren't classes in there.
Don't think I've ever been in that classroom when the sun's out.
Oh.
I've seen the view. I'm a tour guide, so I see that view very frequently. But I've only ever been in that room when in nighttime. You know, like.
Yeah, you've got to check it out in the daylight.
Yeah.
Oh, and today is the debut of the Ithaca Farmers Market, as you can see on your screen right now. Fabulous place to go get breakfast, lunch, different kinds of wares. There's a bunch of different like artisan things going on. Fabulous place to go. And like we mentioned earlier, paved parking lot this year.
Oh yes, that's the top story right now. The Farmers Market, as I've been told by so many people who've been to Ithaca or who've gone to college at Ithaca College or Cornell, is that it's the best thing about the city.
It's the place to be.
It's the place to be.
They've done a fabulous job setting up all the booths, and it's almost right across from the finish line. Great place to watch from, and you get an abundance of different people going there, and I always run into someone I know when I go there.
Yeah.
Like without fail, doesn't matter, I'll always run into someone. It's a fabulous place to go. Again, great breakfast, great lunch, good coffee, and then if you're looking for something eclectic and special to Ithaca, they always have a good gift to get someone, like your parents, your grandparents, something like that. It's just a great time, and an Ithaca classic.
Yeah, I really gotta make my way down there.
You gotta get there early, though.
Gotta get there early.
Gotta get there early and then leave early, so you don't get stuck
in that
the traffic.
Giant traffic. Yeah. Somebody asked me to go last spring, and I did tell them no. Personally wasn't feeling it. I think I had a class later that day. And you can't skip classes, guys. To all my students watching.
Don't skip
Don't
class.
skip your classes. 2 of my classes got canceled on Friday, and frankly, I'll be honest, I was quite upset about it. Not because class got canceled. I was a little disappointed, but more so because I walked down the campus and I lived in circles, and I got there early for both classes, and then I'd be sitting there like, man, it's 1:50, nobody's here yet. When it's going up, it's canceled.
Yeah, and to all those Ithaca students watching, remember, no classes this Tuesday, but do come out to the Whalen Symposium.
Yeah, a lot of great presentations, performances, screenings. I think Park's doing something.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
That's the best part about Ithaca, and my favorite part about the Ithaca website, like the Ithaca City website, is that it has the events of both colleges on there. So
That's
you
lovely.
know when something's happening. You do have to like tell them to put your event on there.
But they will.
They will, and I think that's the best part about the city, especially coming from a college town that had no sense of community myself. No shade to Fairfax, but like there's a reason George Mason's a commuter school. Let me not badmouth that campus. But being here, like you mentioned, you go to the farmers market, you know somewhere. Every event I've gone to in the city of Ithaca, even if it's the most obscure thing in the world, there is somebody I know, and it's like, oh, what are you doing here? I didn't know.
And they're like, I know so and so, or I do such and such.
Yeah.
And they're like, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Whalen Symposium on Tuesday, definitely check that out. Shout out to myself. I will be presenting at that.
What are you presenting?
I am presenting, my presentation is on comparing the efficacy of computerized cognitive training and cognitive behavioral therapy on improving executive functions in adults with ADHD. So pretty cool stuff. And I've got some other people working with like a Parkinson's wellness collaboration, looking at a teach back method for autistic children. Lots of really cool presentations coming through from the SLPA program.
Shout out the SLP program, the SLPA program. It's probably, out of all the programs, I feel like that's the closest that any program is on this campus.
Yeah, it's also one of the oldest speech language pathology programs in the country.
Ooh.
We've been a program here at Ithaca for over 100 years.
Wow. You hear that, Forbes? Rank us higher than 496 on your list next year. Come on now.
But yeah, over 100 years, Ithaca's speech-language pathology program has been around longer than almost any other speech-language pathology
Wow.
program in the country. But
That is impressive.
yeah, it's pretty cool. But moving back to rowing, it looks like we're going to start this race here soon as they get lined up on these stake boats. Looks like Coach Dan was down there helping someone out, and looks like they got that sorted. So we'll see if they start here soon as they get situated.
When this race starts, Ithaca will be in lane 1, RIT in lane 2, and Williams is 4V in lane 4. And it does look like they are starting to line up. They got that fixed, got that problem fixed, and as you called it, the most difficult part of the race, setting up to the start.
Oh yeah, backing into that stake boat, always a process. You got to really rely on your stern pair and bow pair. Stern pair to bring you in at a decent speed, and your bow pair to get your point for you, get your line. So you really have to have a lot of trust in your boat, especially in a 4, because now you're in the front of the boat. You don't have any control coming into that stake boat backwards. So lots of trust in those rowers that those coxswains give, and vice versa.
Yeah. Builds teamwork at every step of the way.
100%. And one of the great things I love about rowing is that it is the ultimate team sport.
I do believe the sport's never ranked high enough when it comes to most difficult sports to play.
I would agree.
I
There's
think
so many moving parts.
There's so many moving parts, and this sport, more than any other sport, you need to have that stamina to go the 2K or the 5K or however long it's going to be.
100%.
You know, basketball's a really easy sport to play, and you get to sit on the bench. There's no bench here. You can't tap out at the 1K mark. You have to keep going all the way through.
Yeah.
As they're off here, getting underway, Ithaca RIT and Williams 4V boat in the men's 2V. And your third 3-boat race of the day, and right out the gate, it's Ithaca and Williams. Ithaca on your left, Williams on your right, going neck and neck to start. RIT in the center.
All 3 boats have a pretty good line here. RIT drifting a little bit to port or left side, just a smidge. We'll see if that coxswain is able to correct just a bit. But overall, great lines from all 3 crews.
And as you mentioned, it's very difficult to it's one of the more difficult places to get a straight line because you don't have a shoreline to kind of adjust to.
100%, especially when you're also trying to manage being in between 2 other boats.
Yeah.
Can be a little daunting.
And you can see again how well coached that 4V that 4V team is right now. Look at them keeping pace with Ithaca's 2V. Ahead of Ithaca's 2V looking at this angle, but neck and neck coming into the pedestrian bridge. It does look like Williams is starting to kind of gain some ground. This is close.
This is going to be a close race. Ithaca holding a very nice tight line against that shoreline. And then Williams 4V also with a nice line. RIT falling off the pace just a bit here. About a length of open water between them and Ithaca. They'll need to sit up and push through if they want to gain any water back. Ithaca, you can see that bow seat really working hard as they move through here. And it looks like we've still got some overlap, a couple seat overlap. Ithaca is really going to have to drive it down to stay on top of this Williams 4V. Like we've mentioned before, Williams just really has that depth to their program. And Ithaca is going to have to fight for this.
Williams lead getting incrementally bigger, but I feel like as I started to say that, Ithaca also started to bring it back a little bit. So it's really tight through the start of this one. Ithaca really close to the shoreline.
Yeah, quite close. Looks like that coxswain is making a little bit of a correction there to starboard or to your right side. There we go. Nice straighten out. And they are in lane 1, so they are going to have that about 2-seat advantage right here through these bridges. We'll see if they can capitalize on that or if Williams is going to stave them off.
And I think that Williams has kind of figured that. I imagine after you've raced, you kind of noticed that like there's a bit of an advantage here. So maybe going into this, we're going to go a little faster, not too fast so we don't crash into the shoreline.
But they might take like a power 10 or something like that to really hold them off.
Yeah.
Power 10. Power 10 is when you take 10 really hard strokes all in a row. So a coxswain will call power 10 in 2 strokes, 1, 2, and then on that next stroke, you're going to put all your power, all your momentum in. It's kind of like it's a move. You make a move.
Yeah.
So taking 10 really big strokes, kind of maybe bring the rate up just a smidge or put a little bit more pressure on that foot plate to really get you through, to hold off another crew or move past another crew. And the goal is to then maintain that new momentum. That doesn't always happen, but the goal is to then get another burst of speed.
Williams starting to pull ahead. And Ithaca just really trying to maintain position, I should say, as they're coming up with Cornell's clock towers and other tall buildings on the East Hill behind them.
Ooh, Cornell Dairy ice cream.
And that does remind
It's
me of Cornell
pretty
Dairy ice
good.
cream. You know, this might be a controversial take. I actually don't care for ice cream. I don't care for it.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be shocked if Justin started screaming at me in my ear about it. But you know, I will say, Seneca Sunset Sorbet.
You're a sorbet guy.
Not really.
No, just that
But
one.
I love Seneca Sunset Sorbet. It makes my day when I walk into Terrace Dining Hall and I see Seneca Sunset Sorbet.
Fair enough.
But I feel like with Cornell Dairy's flavors, I've tried a lot of them, and it's just like, you know, when you eat something and you're like, I don't like this, but I can tell that it's good. That's kind of how I feel about Cornell Dairy. You're hearing the crowd get loud, Ithaca trying to get back in this, and Williams is 4v pulling away. Just, oh my goodness, how well coached and how good that depth is. It does look like Ithaca's starting to gain some of that distance back, though.
Yes, you can see Ithaca has started their sprint. RIT here coming through as well. You can see they don't quite have the same amount of blade control that those other Williams or Ithaca has. You can just see a little bit more up and down motion of that blade, not staying quite on that parallel plane that we're looking for, but still putting their all out there and really pulling hard. You can see their stroke seat really working.
Just stern to bow through this final stretch. Williams maintaining that lead, not letting it go. Ithaca trying to gain any of that distance they can back in this final stretch.
Ithaca just trying to keep contact here. Just trying to challenge Williams, see how far they can push themselves and each other on this.
And they are gaining a little bit.
Oh yeah. And that just goes to show how much a good sprint can do for you.
But Williams gonna take this one in about 6:16. Ithaca not too far behind at around 6:19. About a 3-second difference from our viewpoint. We'll get those official results to you when we get them. And as that race finishes, as we're starting to come to the end of it, we're waiting for RIT. There will be a 15-minute break. So afterwards, don't go anywhere. We'll be back. We have more races to get through in this final little stretch.
And we'll be looking at some men's and women's fours
Yeah.
to finish off.
As here comes RIT around the 6:53 mark, 6:54, to conclude the men's 2V in a fantastic race. And was there anything that you saw from any of the teams that you really liked?
I loved the heart that Ithaca put out there to really challenge that Williams boat. They kept contact, they maintained their speed, and it didn't look like they got too frazzled. Props to Williams for really pushing themselves and pushing our 2V, and RIT for really finishing strong and putting it all out there.
And we talked, as Andrew talked to the coach with Williams 4V, they have a lot of novices on that team, a lot of younger people, so you really get to see how well coached both of these squads are. But we're going to step away here, but don't go anywhere. Men's 4 coming up next right here on the Ithaca Inlet Invite. Don't go. And we welcome you back to the Ithaca Rowing Inlet Invite as Ithaca RIT Williams have just finished a couple minutes ago, the men's 2v the second race. Williams 4v team with a 621.67, Ithaca with a 625.4, and William Smith with a 7.2. RIT, with a 7.2 on that one. And coming up next, around in a couple of minutes, we'll have the men's 4 between Ithaca and the University of Rochester. So lining up at the start. And we've talked about seniors today. Producer and senior Cam Strong. We'll actually start with the Ithaca Bombers and their men's 4 lineup for the second one. You can see as the coxswains are getting set. Jack Harkins, the Cox 4, the Bombers with Cameron Strong, Brett Markowski, Max Spencer, and Jack Neal for the men's 3v4. And for the Rochester Yellow Jackets, they're rocking with a pretty strong team throughout today as they're getting set up for this race. Rochester. We do not have, unfortunately, Rochester's lineup, but we're going to be off here. It is senior day, and the men's 4 has a couple of seniors. Cameron being one that's important to this team, but also to us here at the studio, as he's really been important in setting this up for us. And through the start, Rochester with a slight advantage.
Yeah, slightly early lead for Rochester here, but Ithaca holding strong. Nice, both of them nice and fast off that start line. Still really early in the race, but definitely setting the tone for a fast race here.
And we're going to send it now down to the shoreline where our own Andrew Roberts is waiting. Andrew.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Peyton Fish, the coxswain for the 1v8 boat for Ithaca Women's Rowing, as well as a coordinating producer for this broadcast. But Peyton, we're going to focus on the rowing side of things today. And 2 big wins for the Bombers as we head into Liberty Leagues, headed to this May. Wins over RIT, wins over Rochester. That's going to be big momentum for that. How'd that feel today?
Yeah, I think like this past week, we've really just been focusing on details, like every single day, what can we do better? What gets us that 1% better every single day? And I think that really translated into today's racing. We were able to, pull away with 2 wins. We definitely have more to work on, just more to work on overall, but it's definitely giving us some momentum going into Liberty Leagues and definitely helped our confidence a little bit.
Yeah, and as the coxswain, what's your role in sort of establishing that those details are being executed?
Yeah, so as a coxswain, I'm technically kind of like a second coach in a way. I'm like always paying attention to my crew, how they're responding to certain calls, making sure that their technique is just trying to perfect their technique every single day, day in and day out. And I think I have a large role of not only just helping with their technique, but motivating them every day, as well as just trying to call effective moves to move on other crews.
Yeah, and I mean, the results looked pretty good today to me. I don't know if you felt this.
Yeah, I think, we're very happy with the results. However, we still have a lot to work on, and we're really excited to get into Liberty League playoff.
All right, thank you so much. Anything else you want to add?
That'll be it for me. Go Bombs!
Go Bombs indeed. We will send it back to the booth with Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you so much, Peyton. Peyton, again, coordinating producer and coxswain. So producing for 2 teams today. So very talented right there. Rochester's lead has extended throughout. It's kind of bow to stern now as they're making their way underneath this first set of car bridges.
Yes, Rochester has that lead right here. We'll see how Ithaca responds through these bridges into the 1K mark. They're looking pretty strong, but Rochester just looking a little bit stronger, really using that momentum of being ahead to push themselves even further. Also looks like they have a little bit of a faster stroke rate than Ithaca right now. Ithaca taking that turn nice and tight, as you could see with that orange buoy on the left side of their oars. Great turn from Ithaca. I think they actually gained a seat or so back on that, but Rochester's still with the lead.
You're getting a great view right there of Ithaca trying to get back in this as they're making it past, and Rochester right in front. And you can see that stroke rate difference in between the two of them as the cameras kind of go in between the two. So that Ithaca trying to regain any momentum, any distance, I should say.
And you can see if we get into the nitty gritty here how Ithaca's 2C isn't quite getting the extent, the reach in their catch as Rochester was. You could see that there was a lack of a splash when his blade got into the water, signaling to me that he's missing a little bit of water and could lengthen out that stroke just a bit more. So something for them to keep an eye on in the future.
Yeah. And Rochester, that's probably made a huge difference with Rochester regaining that seat, that Ithaca seat or two that Ithaca took back on that turn.
Oh, 100%. That technique is going to be so important, especially in a 4, as I've said before in this broadcast, of when you're in that 4, there's less people, and your little movements have a much greater impact in a smaller boat. And you can see here how those blades for Rochester are dropping in nice and quick. Still not the same amount of backsplash as we have been seeing from other crews in those 8s. You can see it a little bit better on this starboard side actually as they come through, but all of them looking strong, nice hinge in their hips, keeping their heads up and keeping that respiratory airway open as they move through.
They're coming past the Cornell Boathouse now, and they're just really in control. Ithaca trying to catch up here.
Ithaca looking a little bit tired to me. They put a lot out there this morning. If I were that coxswain right now, I'd be asking them to refocus back in, maybe a posture check, get them to sit up and swing all together. But, you know, it's a hard race. They're putting a lot of effort out there, so it wouldn't surprise me that they're tired.
Yeah. And it seems like Ithaca has gained a little bit of distance in the last stretch as they're kind of entering the sprint now.
Still doing a nice job moving together. Rochester just a little bit more crisp.
Yeah. And those fine details really are a difference maker in a sport like this.
100%. And we'll see what kind of time they put down. Rochester's looking nice and strong. I'm excited to see what time they come out with.
Because they're looking at Rochester in the first 4. They actually didn't do a 4 in the first set. So their novice team did for the women's 4, and they go 9:14 on the dot.
So just to clarify, this is Rochester's first 4 of the day.
Yes, first 4 of the day.
Okay, so we've got a fresh 4 racing a 4 that's already raced.
Yes. And that's going to, looks like about 7:04 on the time for Ithaca. They're coming in about 5-6 seconds behind, not too far.
Not too far, especially for a crew that's racing a fresh crew today.
Yeah. Ithaca's 4 went 7:35.5 earlier. So an improvement.
A great improvement,
yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm just being nitpicky on these technique things, just trying to point some stuff out to the crowd. Obviously, I'm not down there on the water.
Yeah.
I'm not that athlete, but it's nice to see some feedback from just trying to get some technique calls in there.
And coming up next, the next race, men's 4, it's going to be Marietta, Rochester's B, and Williams' 5V. and trying to get set up here. Is there like a point that the guys in like the starting boats are kind of measuring them to, so they're all equal?
Yeah, so there's someone on the shoreline measuring to make sure that the bow balls are all lined up at bow. So they might look not exactly the same at the stern because the boats are all a little bit different lengths. But there's someone on shore lining them up at bow ball.
And as these teams get ready to go on to the second men's four of this kind of second set, we do have some rosters as they're off. Looking really quickly at Marietta's four, that's going to be Cox, Jordan Straw, Zach Kurla, Mason Brewer, Connor Rivello, and Klein Howell. That's going to be their second race for this group of four. For Williams, it is going to be Kip Capelin, Peter Jarvis, Toby Van de Ven, Henry Hilton, and Jacob Hertz. And the men's four underway here. It's looking like Marietta on the left side of your screen. A little ahead of Rochester to start. Looking like they have a much faster stroke rate, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm feeling like Rochester's missing some water here. That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, it looks like Rochester's missing a little bit of water here. Blade's coming out just a touch early. It's kind of hard to tell with the camera at the moment. But a little bit of a wobble in the Rochester boat as they move through. Oh, here we go. This is a nice view of the inlet. We can see as they come under that footbridge, Marietta coming through.
And the blue skies and the perfect green grass really showing. That is absolutely gorgeous. But Marietta out in front with a pretty sizable lead. It's going to be Williams' 5V on the far side, kind of blocked by the building right now, and then Rochester down the middle in the back.
Yeah, Marietta looking really strong.
So it's been a pretty far race. We have Marietta really going ahead. Williams is catching up. Williams is catching ground.
Yes, Marietta looking really sharp. So is Williams. Williams looking to probably hunt down Marietta right here. I'm sure that Coxon is making some calls now because they have almost overlap here.
Marietta. Williams just, again, this is the 5V. And the women's four is also going to be starting momentarily. It's Rochester, Ithaca, and William Smith right behind. But this has showed me this day is really how far along Williams' program is.
Oh, 100%. They just have that depth to their program. Their technique runs deep. It's not just reserved for their top one or top two boats. It runs throughout their entire program all the way into their 5V, which is very impressive. So that just goes to show how good their coaching staff is.
Yeah, and for Marietta, I mean, still very talented, and still just to themselves. As you mentioned, it's kind of like sharpening the blade, and that's a great turn by Marietta, as you were just pointing out right there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful line, nice and tight to that 1K buoy. Definitely took a couple more seats on Williams as they moved through that, moving past Cayuga Health. Marietta just opening it up now.
Yeah, they're pulling ahead. On these straightaways, you see Williams kind of start to regain that distance, but again, the technical skills are so important.
Oh, 100%, especially in these smaller boats, because one little thing can offset the whole boat, catch a crab, or catching a crab, if you don't know, is when your blade goes in the water a little bit wrong and your blade just gets sucked into the water and the oar may get like ripped out of your hands and your whole boat comes to a stop. And that's not something anyone wants and not something we want to see any crew have to go through. And all these teams are doing a great job with their blade handling. But just nice and sharp from Marietta with some really good momentum, opening it up. Williams trying to hunt them down, but just Marietta maintaining that lead.
And as they're coming up to the Coast Guard building, it is still just all Marietta.
And then we get this shot of Rochester right in back. Does look like they have about the same stroke rate as that Williams boat. So we'll see. And you can see a little bit of discombobulation in that Williams boat as they come up. Not all those blades entering at the same time. That's something that they're going to want to hone in on, especially moving into this last 500 as they pass these 1,500 meter buoy mark.
And you can hear the crowd getting loud, trying to push their teams just a little further. Almost there. They're almost there. And you see Williams. You can hear the Let's Go Williams. And also, we have two races going at the same time right now. As the women's race started not too far behind the women's race right now. Rochester, Ithaca, and William Smith behind, but right now it is all Marietta in the men's race.
All Marietta staying nice and sharp. You can see that difference in blade handling here. Marietta all together here. Williams a little discombobulated as they enter this sprint portion. Hopefully they can sit up and get those blades backed in all together, make up some ground. But you're completely right. It is all Marietta to the end of this race.
And the crowd just really important in making sure the athletes can make that final push in these races, because these are tiring, long races, and it feels, I imagine it has to feel even longer being on the race course.
100%, and this is our sprint.
Yeah.
In fall, we do 5Ks. Ooh. That's our long race. The 2K, this 6-7 minute race, that's considered a sprint in our sport, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, see, I'm really happy I'm always vetoing the 5Ks on rowing machines as fantasy football punishments. That every year it's like we should do that, and I'm like, I just think we're gonna kill somebody with that.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You might throw up, but you'll be fine.
So that's what they all say. I'm like, I'm just trying not to do that.
You're like, I want everything to stay inside me.
Exactly. Marietta's gonna cross the finish line in about 7:08 on that one. And Williams, you can really see how much Marietta extended that gap. Williams coming in at about 7:24, and Rochester
bringing up the back, still fighting, still working hard to get across that finish line. Like Bryce Williston said earlier from the Ithaca team, you don't measure your success based on other people. Yes. You have to measure it based on yourself, because you can't control what these other teams do. Yeah. So Rochester, depending on what their time was before, this may very well be a good race for them. They can't measure their success just based on their competitors.
Yeah. And as that race concludes, we should have the women's race not too far behind. Rochester, Ithaca, and William Smith looking at those rosters really quickly for the fours. In session 2 for the University of Rochester, coxswain is going to be Ella Petticore, Leah Gillette, Devin LaRue, Olivia Sochia, and Anjali Ramdin for the Yellow Jackets. As you get a great shot of Cayuga Lake right there.
Absolutely beautiful.
And Ithaca and William Smith also. This is like the Finger Lakes Liberty League rivalry match between these three right now. Three schools that are always at the top of the Liberty League, whatever sport it is, with maybe the exception of one. You can always expect to find one of these three schools topping those things, as they're hitting about the 1K mark right now in the women's race. In the center lane, that is going to be Ithaca in the lead. William Smith on their left, on their right, our left, and in the back is going to be the University of Rochester.
Ithaca looking nice and strong, getting some nice distance between puddles and really just charging forward here. William Smith also looking to hunt them down. Rochester looking to hunt William Smith down, maybe make a move, but Ithaca just looking so strong as they move into the second half of the race.
Yes, for the women's team is going to be coxswain Cameron Silberman with Brianna Mendoza Arias, Marie Nemeth, Maya Verka, and Brandy Landis. And for William Smith, they're going to have, hold on here, guys. Marilyn Nielsen as Cox, Danny Krenzer, Anna Padone, Elena Jones, and Maddie Fuller.
And Ithaca just continues to open that lead up.
Now, as we come past the second bridge, the third car bridge, sorry, we're going to send it over to the shoreline with Andrew Roberts. Andrew, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I am here with 4 Rochester rowers, Quinn, Asha, Julia, Rachel, and this is some tough Liberty League competition for you guys today, going up against Ithaca, RIT, William Smith, a nice preview for the Liberty League Championships. How does that prepare you guys?
I think it prepares us really well. We came in here just wanting to show everybody who we are and the work that we've been doing over the start of spring season. And I don't know, it just gets us really hyped. We're really excited to see everyone in leagues and show them who we are.
Yeah, I think this was a really strong start to our season. It shows us exactly what we need to work on, and we know exactly what we're doing in the next couple weeks as we go into our next race at New York State Championship.
Yeah, it really just gives us some great momentum going into this season, so it's an exciting start.
Yeah. I'm just excited that we can show some speed this year. I think we're going to be a really competitive boat.
Yeah, definitely. And your 2v8 boat with the win over Ithaca, how is that a momentum booster for you guys?
That's their boat.
That was incredible. Honestly, we just came in and we knew the other boats are going to make some big competitive moves, especially Ithaca in that last race. So being able to just be up and then stay up was like an awesome, amazing feeling, and it was just riding that wave of just intensity and energy. It was just awesome.
Yeah, and we had a really close battle with Ithaca. It was back and forth the whole race. It really motivated us and pushed us to lock in, sync up together, and those are 3 seconds we're planning to make up in the future.
It's a really great start to the season. It's exciting, and I think the boats are coming together real nicely.
Yeah, you guys neck and neck with Ithaca all day long, but we're going to send it back to the booth with Travis and Zoe.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And yes, Rochester, that was a great race for them. They had an 8-second lead against the Bombers at the end of it. So really talented squad, but you're seeing right now Ithaca just way out in front in that lane too.
Yeah, fabulous racing from Ithaca today. They really just took off with this 4, and they're making this race their own right now. Fabulous to see.
And it's been a fantastic day for rowing. I don't think it could have been a better day for rowing, for the farmers market, for any other event that happens to be happening in Ithaca right now. It is just absolutely gorgeous outside.
Well, Ithaca is gorgeous.
But we'll be here all night, guys.
Yeah.
That's not true. We're out of here so soon. But as Ithaca crosses the finish line right there at about 7:54, you just see really how in control they were of that race.
Oh, 100%. They were locked in, moving together, and really just made that race their own.
Yeah. And as we've got to finish this race with William Smith coming in second, it looks. Andrew Roberts has been phenomenal today. Just giving a shout out to him. And I think one of the best parts about Ithaca athletics and the Park School Communications is getting to see all the athletes get like a different kind of view of like, oh, this like we actually have media involved. And I think it's always fun to kind of see that difference, because it's like kind of almost like a D1 level of like us with the camera being like, what do you think?
Yeah,
and I've always thought
awesome.
that's been fun.
I'm so jealous. I wish we had had this established when I was still rowing here. But I can only be so jealous. then just be so grateful that it's just taken off. And it's so nice to see some more spotlight come to Ithaca rowing and rowing as a sport in general. It's fabulous. And like I said, I'm still kind of jealous that this wasn't happening when I was here, but I'm glad to be back and be a part of it.
Yeah. Rochester finishing that one in third, Ithaca with the win, and William Smith in second. That was a weird way to go through that order for you guys. But with those races done, we have some results from some other races to go highlight to in just a second. Anything from that race or today that you saw from anything that you just really want to point out?
You know, I really admire the depth of that Williams team, the speed of William Smith, and the heart of Ithaca and all teams really. They all want to be here. They're all putting their best foot forward, and I think this is a great start to the racing season. It shows us today, I think, showed us where our strengths were, places where we can improve for all teams involved. And I'm so excited to see what these crews do as they move into Liberty Leagues.
Yeah. And as a reminder or a new tidbit for those who don't know, there are the way Division 3 NCAA works is that 4 conferences, if I'm correct, 4 conferences get automatic qualifiers, Liberty League being one of them as they're in the Pool A, and then other schools that are in Pool B and Pool C have to qualify. So winning Liberty Leagues is obviously going to be very important for these schools when that comes around in May in, as you called it, nice Saratoga Springs, right?
I believe so, yes. I'd have to double check that.
Shout out Saratoga Springs. Shout out to Skidmore College over in Saratoga Springs. Great little place. And the Hudson Valley is also gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we have the results for you for some races. Starting with the men's 4 between Rochester and Ithaca. Rochester with the 7:06.8 and Ithaca 6 seconds behind with a 7:12.8. For the second men's 4 between Marietta, the University of Rochester, and Williams's 5V. It was going to be Marietta who had a pretty sizable lead with a 7.8 on the dot. Williams 7:25.2 and Rochester at 7:53.5. And with that race, you saw both Marietta and Williams really pushing themselves in that one.
Oh, yeah. Marietta just taking off with that and just keeping that lead the entire time.
And in the third one, Ithaca with an 8:01.2, William Smith in the women's 4, 8:34.36, and Rochester with an 8:58.56. And you can see the gap between Ithaca and just how fast they were in that race.
Yeah, 100%. Ithaca made that race theirs and really just put it all out there. And I think that was a very big statement that Ithaca made.
Absolutely. And as they get deeper and deeper into the season, it is important to see just like these races and these little invites and duels are so unbelievably important as the season gets deeper. And with it being senior day, it's every senior's last time racing in the Inlet, and it's just really amazing. With all of that, looking forward to the schedule, the Connect Cup Regatta in Cherry Hill, New Jersey next weekend. Did you ever race in that one?
I did. I can't say that I ever had great weather.
Is that the river that you don't like?
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Now I know where it is. Yeah. Well, with Senior Day, we have a lot of seniors saying goodbye to the Cayuga Inlet. Well, racing at the Cayuga Inlet. They still got to practice here. But for all the seniors from Cameron Strong, Cam Stanford, Ashawn, Bryce, Hope, Kai, so many seniors who have done so much for the program. And I mean, you were a senior. What is it like getting to be in this program for 4 years?
Oh man, it's such a joy and it's such a pleasure to get to row for 4 years here, or however many years you row here. Even if you come in as a sophomore, as a junior, even as a senior, just getting at least a season here is such a pleasure. I remember my senior day and having my poster up on the wall that the undergrads made. And it's so nice to see, and to see how much you mean to the team and how much that team means to you. It's really a collaborative experience between you and everyone else, and it's just, oh, it's fabulous.
Do you have any do you remember your senior day?
I do. I remember the water being very cold.
Did you jump in there?
I did. It was so nice. We all held hands and jumped off together at the same time.
Do you remember how you guys raced that day?
You know, I don't. I just think I was so overcome with the emotion of it being my last race on the Inlet.
Yeah.
It was almost like the result didn't really matter. It was what I put out there.
Yeah. And with that, we have a large group of seniors, but we're going to be right back here with senior day presentations and a final farewell for the Cayuga Inlet for the seniors. Don't go anywhere.
So, you know, in pandemic times and the right amount of ambition, you can make your own trophy. And here we are today in the third running of it. And I think it's just a good embodiment of what these two programs are about in upstate New York, and giving it all you got every time we line up. So, you know, we know every time we race you guys that you're going to bring your best, and, you know, it's one that we have on the calendar that we're bringing our best for too. So with that, why don't we have the captains come up? Oh, Carol, yeah, sorry.
You got some words?
Words?
I don't have any words. You don't have any words? I'm like new to it too. I think it's really cool to have a rivalry.
Yeah.
Like I think it's awesome to have a trophy and have tradition and build that out, historically speaking. So it's fun to be part of it.
Awesome. All right, so captains. Everyone can touch it, I guess. I don't know, maybe we'll get a picture. All right.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys. I always encourage, since we have a nice day, I encourage you to find your counterpart from your racing. It's always good to meet some more people and get a feel for it. And then for the Ithaca folk, we're gonna run our senior ceremony. So we'll give these guys about 5 minutes, just kind of chat, and then we'll meet in front of the name of the college on the boathouse, and we'll start honoring our seniors. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, juniors, if you have things to grab for your senior friends. Okay, I'll vamp. I just wanted everyone to circle up. So families, this is about as loud as I get, so if you can't hear, don't be scared to come in closer. First of all, I just want to, I think most of our competitors are now packing up. I think our rowing community is an incredibly special one. Whether it's our competitors who give us a reason to push and to figure out how strong we are, or whether it is alumni coming back and showing that this program meant something to them, parents who are supporting your kids not just through college, but whatever phone calls you get about blisters and lineups and I can't believe I got moved there, and families, thank you so much for lending us these athletes for 4 years. They are amazing individuals, each in their own different, unique way. Everyone brings something to this team, and we're really grateful to have both your kids, nieces, nephews, whatever they are to you, family members. Thank you for loaning them to us. And thank you for being the support system for them and also for the program. We know so many of you guys are the ones bringing giant sandwich trays, and someone had really good banana bread. Whoever you are, thank you. All right. So yeah, families, you are part of this team, even though you do not get the same one-on-one credit. So speaking of one-on-one credit, all right, I am in no order, in the order that I see them standing in a clump. Is Sam out here yet? Yeah. Okay, good. Well, I'll just call you up one by one, so whoever's first gets to make it real weird. All right, everyone moved back. What if I called all the men first? Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, I'm going to call Melanie. Melanie Heim for our seniors. Oh my God, that's amazing. Yes. All right, so Mel is incredibly even-keeled, or at least she seems to be, from my perspective. I think she does an amazing job of balancing her different priorities, whether it's park productions and putting on her own shows, and being part of that, and then still coming and putting in her best here. I think she did an incredible showed an incredible amount of patience recovering from a back injury, which nobody has ever had a back injury in rowing. And yeah, just thank you for being you, even-keeled and working hard and not giving up. All right. All right, I'm gonna pick another even-keeled person. All right, Hope, come on up. All right. Okay, to be fair, I say that like no one's really a disaster. You're all pretty solid. So, Hope, in case you do not know, is the smarty pants of the group. You're all smart. Many people are very smart. Hope won the, how many is it? Elite 90 award for being the D3 student athlete with the highest GPA at the NCAA championships last year. And I'll say that's not even the thing that her teammates noticed first. She has the most identifiable and infectious laugh from freshman year through now. That's she makes the boat go beyond what she should be able to do on paper. I think it's the laugh, or her mind is so strong that she just moves the boat with her mind. One of those. All right. All right. Ooh, yep. Hug time. All right, Brandy, come on up. All right, so one of the things, Brandy, she's so little, right? She is very athletic, all right? And one thing that I really think is great about Brandy is the devotion that she has to her family and her faith, and that she makes, prioritizes, she is living a D3 ideal where she is making space for these different things in her life. And I'll say that if there is a teammate having a rough time, Brandy is a go-to. they know that Brandy will have their back. So there you go. Yeah. All right, Emmeline, come on up. Yeah. Emmeline is one of our 2 captains this year, which, if you had asked Becky and me her freshman year, is a small miracle, because every day all spring we were like, she's gonna quit. She's gonna quit. She hates it here. No. So another person who has had a lot of patience and a lot of maturity in dealing with various aches and pains. But it's really been fun to see, like, with all of that, that you stayed, you're a fierce competitor, you grew through it, and you are, like, very smooth in whatever seat we put her in. She can kind of do it all. All right, Murph. Yeah. Okay, Emily Murphy, not just Murph, but Murph, gives a picture of calm and will deliver the most, like, she could be like, my car blew up yesterday, but it's okay. Like, she'll come in and every now and then just, like, drop a bomb that would have somebody else, like, crying on the floor. And I think you're very resilient, and, like, just a good teammate. When you're there, you are ready to, like, bring the mood up and have fun. Like, you're never the mopey one in a boat. So there you go. All right, Sam. Woo-woo! Okay, so Sam can be wrapped up in exactly how she walked up here, like, oh, I'm so demure. This woman will rip your face off in a race. Okay, so I think that that's one of the hallmarks of Sam, is sort of she does this, like, cute, like, gosh me, and then she'll, like, outlift you and out 2K you, and she wants to be in the racing, and I think that you bring a bubbliness that is very needed, and you bring an intensity that is very needed. So thank you for sharing that. All right, we have our Philly people left. All right, Emma, come on up. All right, so Emma has a special place in my heart because there's always someone that gets my sense of humor, and when I make a bad joke from the coaching launch and everyone's grumpy about it, Emma, even from freshman year, would be like, okay. I think that she's one of the first to embrace when, I don't know, you're out having a nice day row and then there's a giant torrential rainstorm in the middle of your practice. Like, she's one of the first who can laugh about it. And you've just gotten stronger and fiercer throughout your 4 years. And she is also one of our captains. There you go. All right, Kai, come on up. Kai has said thank you to the coaches every single day for 4 years. I don't think I've ever seen someone embody the idea that gratitude can make you excellent so much as I have seen from Kai. She has continued to just get better and better and better throughout 4 years. And I think one of my favorite moments is in the beginning of, maybe it was the beginning of last year, in a team meeting where we were kind of like, why do you row? What's important to you? And Kai just very much was like, guys, rowing is love. And, and just can give you the most impassioned, off the cuff, like if there's anyone who's trying to tick all the boxes, if you're like, hey, you should take notes and this might make you faster. Hey, you should do this recovery trick. This might make you faster. Kai is incredibly conscientious and brings her whole heart to the team. And thank you for that. Your turn.
All right. Sweet. All right. So, first and foremost, I want to say, it was a great day, and thank you to all the supporters that came out and bringing the nice weather and watching the teams come and race. There was some really good racing that went on, so thank you again for them. The seniors that we're honoring today, we all joined the Ithaca College family at the same time. So I came in July of the same time that they were freshmen on campus. So it's been a fun, 3.5, 4 years figuring life out together. So it's been a whirl and a trip, and I feel honored that they gave me, Sean made some playing cards, so they made life easy for me so I can talk about them. No, I'm just kidding. It's nice having the hometown, though. I always forget the hometown, so thank you for doing that, Sean. And with that, we'll start with, hold on. Sean Anthony's, I can never roll my R's. Chandrasena. All right. So Sean was one of our walk-on athletes who joined us that fall, and is originally from Colombo, Sri Lanka. There we go. And is majoring in politics and writing. And next year, am I allowed to say this? All right, just want to make sure. Next year, he earned a place to go get his master's at Oxford University. So congrats on that. Well earned for sure. Sean has brought heart to everything he has done, and it's been an honor to coach him for the last 4 years through the ups and the downs and the trials and tribulations. And you always like that smile right there. That no matter what, no matter like how bad things could be, sometimes he always was able to kind of fake it a little bit, but was always able to kind of bring the good stuff and bring the attitude and lie to me a couple times about, am I actually feeling good? Well, he's smiling, so he's got to feel good, and we talk about that. And his cooking and everything that he's brought to the teams, and the last time he cooked for the team, he spiced it a little bit lower for us, which was appreciated, because the first time he made it, whoo, that was spicy. That was spicy. So thank you, Sean, for your 4 years, and we look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Yeah. There you go. Chocolate milk. There you go. All right, let's go. One of the Camerons. Let's do Cam Stanford because you were next up. There we go. So Cameron's from Pelham, New York, and is also a politics major. It's been fun kind of working with you, Cameron. He rode for a club in high school that I coached at for a hot second, and we think we overlapped, but not directly because I was coaching the women's team at the time. And Cameron has brought the attitude every day of, let's just go out and see what happens. Let's go bring, can we make it better? And really challenge ourselves, and always kind of brings a good smile from time to time, and trying to keep things light. And I think he's been a really good teammate in the boat, trying to kind of keep the attitude positive, even when even this past week we had a bit of a doldrum row, and he came off the water. He's like, guys, we got this. He tries to bring it and make it better. And that's been a well received within our team, and I thank you for bringing that and challenging yourself. And I still remember back to the first IRA camp, and you're like, I don't know if I want to stick around and be a spare, and you like, that was like the best idea I ever had. Like, I really should have done that. I'm glad I did that. So you really have a passion for the sport, and you're continuing to bring it, and looking forward to seeing what you do over the next couple of years. And thank you for what you did here at Ithaca. Yeah. All right, we're going to go other Cameron, Cam Strong. C Strong. There he is. I wasn't sure if you were going to be back in the media truck helping keep this going, you know? So Cameron is from Andover, Mass, and is a TG Digital Media Production major. If you haven't noticed, you know, he kind of helps the rest of this team kind of make this this broadcast happen, and that's been really appreciated. He's done some pretty cool things along the way. And kind of hearing his stories, you know, when he was working at NBC helping with the Olympic stuff, and I loved hearing about his hikes that he would go on with his dad, and was it the 46ers, right? 48. Sorry, I'm not trying to sell you short. 48ers. You got them all in 2 years ago now, something like. Yeah. And you know, in the same vein, you know, I thought Cameron like always kind of shows up, and he gives 100% of what he has. You know, he's a busy guy. He was able to fit a lot in during his time here at IC, but he always made whatever he was doing his priority at that point. And that's not always easy to do. And I appreciate everything you brought and your attitude. And I would also say, like, you like to race. You know, it's been fun. Like, it's been easy putting you in stroke seat, because I know you're just gonna lead that charge down the course. And you know, it showed in the races today and last year. You know, pushing that 3V to challenge that 2V, and had some fun kind of racing with those guys at the Liberty League. So thank you for everything that you brought to the program these past few years, and looking forward to seeing what you do in the future. All right, yeah. Oh, Brody. All right. Next one up is going to be Bryce Williston. All right. Bryce is from Reading, Connecticut, and is an environmental studies major. Bryce was also a walk-on for us. He's joined spring of his freshman year, when he was unfortunately cut from another team on campus, and was like, Coach, I want to keep doing sports, and I hear I can do this one having done nothing before. And I was like, yeah, you can. Yeah, like let's figure that out. So I haven't found the video, but at some point I'll share the video from like some of those first practices, because I definitely have some good stuff. Like, I think back to the Washington College trip, when I think you caught like 2 over-the-head crabs in about 5 minutes, learning how to like figure this wild sport out, and like to where you've come now, and kind of brought the energy and the tenacity that I think is important within a team and within a crew, and kind of challenging yourself and those around you to be their best. I think you've really embodied that and made the team better. And you know, Bryce has been a 2-time captain for us, and he was also a second-team All-American from the IRCA last year. So he's walked the walk and talked the talk, and you know, really kind of helped continued to elevate our program and make us all better. So that was really appreciated, and I look forward to seeing what you do. I know we were talking about maybe some coaching gigs, and but looking forward to seeing what you do in the future. So thank you for everything you brought. And I'd be remiss if I didn't just at least give a shout out to Sammy Smith. So Sammy was a coxswain on the team from Brigantine, New Jersey, and a cinema photography major. Did I butcher that? Yeah. Okay. Great. Sorry, Sammy, wherever you are out in LA. But she same thing. Always tried to better herself. Kept busy. Really enjoyed what she brought to this team, and is, even though she's not here physically, I know she's been here in spirit cheering for us, and looking forward to hopefully going and seeing her in California at the IRA at the end of May. So hoping we'll be able to see her there. So thanks to Sammy and in this group. So thank you. You want?
You guys get together with them after that.
Yeah.